From Maine Cap N Stem, this is the MycoWizards podcast. I'm Eric Lohman, and today for our fourth episode, we've got the magical, mystical, straight-talking Brian McShane of Detroit Mushroom Company. So what were you out doing, deliveries? Is that what you said?
Yeah, doing some deliveries, and then I went over and checked with my buddy who's got a distillery. He owns a restaurant, and recently their distiller packed up and moved to Wisconsin to do some distilling over there. They just threw some money at her.
Oh, yeah?
So I mean, like, that's good for her, but it's a little less good for them because they're like, oh, shit. So now we're taking, like, a 57-year-old chef and saying, hey, you wanted to start distilling? So
wow.
So now he's over there just trying to sort it out. So I'm just trying to use my contact book to, bring the right people into the fold so they can, prosper a little and hopefully not have too much downtime. They can hit the ground running.
Yeah. Is this somebody you've known for a while?
Is it someone that I know? Oh, yeah. And in fact, the person that I just left, that guy was the first restaurant that we ever sold to.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's gone far beyond, being like someone that is a buyer.
Yeah.
And he's definitely, I would count him as a friend now.
It's crazy, man, how interwoven that world of food distribution is. Like, the minute you know one chef, you know 100, and you're soon like able to sort of coalesce different things and ideas and projects and suppliers and stuff all for one another. It's kind of far out to see happen, and it's happening everywhere,
Yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty cool, man. Well, I think we have to start this whole thing with MF Doom, because you're the only person I know that posted anything in the mushroom world about fucking MF Doom. And to be fair, I didn't think anybody else listened to fucking old school fucking rap anymore. So,
well, it's obscene and wrong. It's obscene and wrong. First off, I would set out by saying that I think it's pretty radical and cool that his family was able to contain that. All the way from October 31st till like in the last day of the year. They absolutely, anyone who loses someone important in their family, or anyone, they should have some, the right to like have their space.
Yeah.
And to be able to like, sort their things out. And that's a hard time for someone. But like when you have a rap legend, like when you have someone that, like I always say, like he's your favorite MC's favorite MC.
Right.
For him to pass in late October, and for that only to be, brought to light, just the other week, that is also a testament of, Stone's Throw Records and how tight of a knit community that is, and like how much respect they hold for the family.
No shit. It's
a terrible, terrible loss.
Yeah.
But more than anything, like it just sucks. It just sucks. Like I've got at least 10 of his LPs.
Right.
And I don't even want to know overnight, what the price of those LPs just jumped to.
Yeah.
Because it certainly isn't about that, but it's so nasty that's probably somewhat of a travesty.
Right.
He's one of the few rappers that explicitly, for the most part, raps about food.
He does.
Yeah.
He's named entire albums after it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, like he's kind of one and the same. He's got a Klitsch crew that exists in like every single restaurant kitchen in America and beyond, at least to a degree, and at least I hope.
Oh, without a doubt.
So yeah, it was really disheartening and sad. Like when Harambe died, I wanted to, but I didn't shed a tear. When David Bowie passed, I didn't shed a tear.
Yeah.
But when MF Doom, the supervillain, went down like I'd be lying if I told you I didn't, like tear up a little bit, for sure.
How influential was he for you?
It's someone who's always gotten down with hip hop, between Tupac to Bach, my range is wide and vast.
Yeah.
It's been, it just kind of sucked because, he was inspirational. He's someone that like everyone knows about, but yet it's all word of mouth.
Yeah.
Like there's no radio play. There hardly is any like internet play outside of say streaming services.
Yeah.
Like if you listen to like People Under the Stairs or like if you had a radio station on Pandora or Spotify, with Slick Rick, like it might show up.
Right.
It might show up. It might be the 10th or the 15th song. You might get a little taste. But aside from that, like I don't think that was ever really his thing. Stone's Throw Records as a whole was never really their thing. Like they made music for, and they still make music for people who want to listen to that sort of music. So to me, as someone who listens to a lot of music, especially when I work, hip hop is really important to me. Hip hop, Motown, some rock and roll, but rock and roll just kind of makes me angry. Where hip hop allows me to view through a lens, like a window, into honestly like a plight and a whole multi-generational issue of a sort of people that I'll never have the chance to see how the world looks through their eyes. So it's very enlightening. It's an edifying experience to listen to American hip hop specifically.
It is, man. It's something that like bridges coast to coast to here. There's so much differences between like, younger rappers and rappers who came up at the same time, white rappers, black rappers, all the like versions of in between. Like I grew up listening to a lot of East Coast, like Sage Francis and sort of like the people who were out of Strange Famous Records in particular, just because it's an East Coast thing, but it still embodies that same sort of thing, especially like through a pandemic, through a challenging year, through like a business owner. From any of those standpoints, hip hop really it's phenomenally inspiring beyond like just turning it on when you're having a bad fucking day. It's like every day,
So you really hit the nail on the head right there, and with the correlation of Sage Francis.
Yeah.
When I was in the 8th grade, in Mrs. Johnson's 3rd hour math class.
Way back.
Yeah, oh yeah. As a little throwback here, our class was stopped, and they picked up the phone. Miss Johnson, that is, she picked up the phone, and it was a call from the assistant principal and told us to tell on put on the television. And that was when the Twin Towers were getting hit.
Yeah.
Like as an 8th grader, I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, like I might be able to regurgitate like maybe a half of a sentence that I heard in a blurb from, whatever news source had been echoing in my parents' living room, the previous week. But Sage Francis released Makeshift Patriot not too long after that. Like Makeshift Patriot, the flag shop is out of stock. We raised our flights to half staff. Like that was such a compelling song for someone in Southeast Michigan to hear.
Yeah.
I never grew up in a big city. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know New York like some other people might. I don't know the East Coast like some other people might. So to have like an adult, non-skewed, understanding of kind of what was going on and kind of like place verbs, adverbs, and nouns all in the right string.
Yeah.
It was just mind blowing, and that really like that compelled me to look a little bit more towards society, where we're headed. Started listening to Nine Inch Nails right around that time, and
Yeah,
of course,
sure.
System of a Down.
Yep.
You start to get a little angry.
It was like beyond
hip-hop
rock the vote, it was far more, it was heavier than that. It wasn't trying to like push people towards a false chase of just vote to change everything. It was just like, you have to first examine all the facets of why this is fucked from A to Z before you even remotely just go, I just need to vote now.
Absolutely. It was there in like Sage Francis's music, especially Makeshift Patriot was like a testament of like, just wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Yeah, it was like my friend Jared Paul is he's a dear friend of mine, man, from Providence, and he's the one in the recording in the beginning where him and Francis went into they went into the city after that to try and like get the real deal, because it was reporters just trying to win Emmys. It was just like this chaotic fucking like, how tearful can we get? It was like polar opposite of a fucking Jack Johnson song, like it was just fucking chaos. So when you have two like incorrigible hip-hop artists who just fucking jammed into the city to see the real deal, it was like, fuck. It was a first-hand experience recording. It wasn't like they were somewhere else. They weren't in Michigan. They just went into the city and then came back and recorded that.
Yeah,
it's unreal.
That's what it takes. Like we like to think that the artistry, the prose, the ability to orate and convey a story can so often start and stop, with the media in the grand sense of like a radio cast or a podcast, or through television or the video stream. But so much of that, the nuances are left to poetry, and that's our culture.
It is.
The songs we sing and the things that we remember, especially cited by the people that were there to witness it, like that, those are the things that will chime on for generations to come.
Yeah.
And I got to hand it to Sage Francis and his buddies, because there aren't too many other, music spots that really recognize that weird part of our history. I know that the Strokes were going to release their album, I think, like that day or like the very next day.
Yeah. And
one of their songs on there was New York City Cops, which totally slammed New York City Cops, and they had to hold back on all that.
Yeah.
Because like over the course of 6 or 12 hours, the whole stance has changed. Like art and fashion, they never stop. It's never finished.
Yeah. That's totally true, man. There's you can even take yesterday what happened, and I wonder, because of, knowing these characters now and knowing the relevance that they had to be able to put the poetry into motion in order to sort of get across to a generation or a group of people or an age selection or whatever you want to call humans in a culture, what exactly happened yesterday, for instance. You can't really you can't analyze it without having that sort of poetic rap, whatever, interpreting it and then presenting it to you in a way where you actually feel it and then can react to it and then go forward with it, So for me, that stuff is huge. That's where, like I said, I'm blown away that we're in this culture now that sort of is disseminated a little bit away from that sort of hip hop popularity, if you will, and onto things that really just don't strike any chord with me whatsoever. So like I said, it's cool to see people post that I have a, mutual respect for when it comes to like an industry we're both in. Cause it is. It's a huge loss, and it's a bummer because of the amount of energy that went into, that creative mind, that was MF Doom. So
it's an absolute bummer, but it's also a huge reminder that, the only death and taxes, man. It's we only get supposedly one run.
Yeah.
So
that's what they tell me.
Like you get to make it or like the lights you leave lit as you move through this world will illuminate the paths of the people that follow us. And
what's the Sage Francis line? The bridges that we burn will light our way.
Absolutely. I think that actually even that stems from an Abraham Lincoln quote.
It does. Yeah. It's astounding how far America has come and not come at the same time. And we still have this notion that we're like this age old, sort of grumpy white America. And the fact of the matter is we're not, and the only like efforts that are put forth that make that a reality are, sort of the music and the poetry and the art that is representative of the culture, not the president, not the, dry politician, not the, people running in the background, just aimed at, money and guns and lawyers, So
as a 24-year-old shithead, I had the express privilege of being at a few protests that were, government related on the state government level. And when you look around, you don't think that anyone thinks differently than how you're feeling.
Right.
It isn't until you have those conversations that you realize that everyone is there for a different reason.
Yeah.
And cumulatively, it can be one thing, but more often than not, it's just our own little special blend of chaos.
Yeah, it's true, man.
And it's rough all over for everyone. But on the other side of the coin, like everyone's yearning. Everyone's yearning for the right thing to be done. But no one can agree on the specified words that make it so.
Right. Yeah, that's the origin of disagreement on a very primal level. We only have these small mouth movements, it's this like, I don't go too far off into the psychedelic realm, but it's, it links to that Terence McKenna sort of ideology that we don't have other forms of communication. Oftentimes you can be sitting in front of somebody and having had this like really good conversation, come away from it feeling one way, and they come away from it feeling completely different. And it's not encouraging, but it's not discouraging. And I think it's because we find these pieces that we can relate to that are sort of written in stone, if you will. And you can go back to, any of those things like Makeshift Patriot or any relevant tune of the time and find people who are into the same shit. And that's how you sort of build your community,
Are you familiar with the band Bear vs. Shark?
No. Who's this?
There's a band, Bear vs. Shark. I happen to enjoy it. I'm a pretty non-confrontational fellow these days, and I wouldn't classify myself as an angry man.
Yeah.
I listen to things that are, the last thing I want to do is argue. I usually listen to music that is very relaxed, and I listen to the Dead. I listen to a lot of Dead, a lot of hip hop. But like they can exercise anxiety and upsetness in their art form.
Yeah.
And I can live vicariously through that, and that's probably a better thing for the world.
Yeah, I found myself going back towards stuff like that. Just like even documentaries about things that are irrelevant to now on an immediate level, but they're historically interesting. Like going back and watching, there's I forget what it's called. It's called like My Psychedelic Love Story. It was something about like Timothy Leary's connection to this woman that he dated right before he became like overly connected to like the FBI and the CIA and such. And it was well done in a way that hadn't really been done before documentary wise. And it makes you slow down and realize like how fast our culture is going and how fast it was going back then. but how calmly you can sort of recall the past, even if it was just pure chaos at the time, you know?
So that's so perfect. Segue into the lyric from Bear vs. Shark.
Yeah.
From the song Two Star Hotel. He says, he's talking about touring and being in Amsterdam and just getting all jacked up on absinthe and Dushan. And there's a lyric in there. It says, sitting on a park bench that's older than my country.
Yeah.
And he's referring to the United States. And it's like, okay, you know, like that's like one of those little wake up lines that I've heard over the years that like, it wakes you up. Like America, our democracy, everything that's been happening here, it's so young. It's so neophyte.
Yeah.
You know, like there aren't many standing democracies from age past, you know, like.
Oh, the longest lasting one's what, 300 years old, and we're at about 250 right now.
Exactly. So I mean, like, you know, kudos to that gentleman for sitting on a park bench, and that's older than his country.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I've ever sat on a park bench that's been older than my country. It really gives perspective.
Right.
Yeah. So,
did you travel much in your younger years, and like in the protest years, as you put it?
No. I was just angry.
Yeah.
Just angry and led by music mostly, but still calm, you know.
Internally fueled.
Like many people in our line of work, in college or around that time, early 20s, you start getting involved with microscopy, and you start understanding, you know, the life cycle of mycelium and of fungi, and
sure,
you start to understand how things work, and like, not to go full Terrence McKenna, but like it's right along those lines, you know, like you start to think a little bit more with layers and observation from different angles.
Right.
And so, you know, I've always kind of been a calm person. Say like in high school, I could have had my grudges. I'll chalk that one up to testosterone. but you know, I've always, you know, I'm the son of a divorced couple. I've always been able to see things from both sides, you know, and I try to view the world in any kind of qualm or any sort of situation a little bit from the devil's advocate, you know, side. You know, there's two truths to pretty much any argument, and there's also a lot of rumors. So.
That's true, man.
I try not to succumb to just one of them.
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's one of those things that if you have a propensity to get fueled up, you kind of forget that the importance of other people's opinions matter, because you're just too hot to let it go. And I don't know, you know, it does ring back to these weird Terrence McKenna rings, even though like he has his hilarious following of you know, acid washed people. He said simple shit, you know, he said simple fucking things. Like, if you want to learn about mushrooms, if you want to learn about yourself, don't worry about taking mushrooms. Try growing mushrooms, you know, and this is like, in reference to anything, it teaches you so much because the variables are plentiful, you know?
Yeah. You know, like, I do conform to the idea of the stoned ape theory. You know, like I don't really see too much outside of, like, I mean, contest it.
Yeah,
like, you know,
right.
like
there's
you know,
no
like,
other options, right?
Like, you know, like that's a pretty good, you know, pretty good idea. And, you know, like that might seem outlandish and a little bit far out for a lot of people, but again, is, you know, like, as you know, like you're deep into this. I'm deep into this.
Yeah.
You know, like that totally adds up to me.
Yeah.
You know, I've just even watching people, like, so I provide mushrooms to a group of guys that they sell at a local farmer's market, and they're just a little bit further out of my reach.
Yeah.
And so on a weekly basis, there's one gentleman that that consumes mushrooms, buys mushrooms. From what I understand, I've never met the guy, but from what I understand, he spends about $100 a week at their stand just on mushrooms. Like it's become such a large part of his diet after learning about the anti-inflammatory benefits, also the beta glucans and the building blocks of his neural synapse. As an aging guy who's like in the later end of his 60s, from what I understand, in the last 6 or 7 months, because he's been really making that an incorporated part of his diet.
Yeah.
He's turned around. Like, I mean, he's mentally, he's so much calmer. His demeanor is so much nicer. He's so much more chill. And like, we're talking like mushrooms that don't have, psilocin.
Right.
And it's just incredible. It's incredible the incorporation of mushrooms into your diet, be it because you're following game herd, or because you have that available to you at a farmer's market. Just what it can do for you from one generation to the next. Like, yeah, totally adds up in my book. Yeah,
there's an older cat who swings by the farm all the time, and his name's Ken, and I think his farm, for what he calls it, it's tiny. It's the equivalent of getting like 10 blocks from us every other week or something. So, he's fruiting in these really micro environment. He's an older dude, and he really like is obsessed with putting these things into his diet and then also sharing them. And we were on that mushroom summit that Michael put together, and I didn't really realize how large that was going to get. I didn't really pay much attention to it because we're all so busy. And he came in yesterday or the day before and was like, "Oh, I heard you on that mushroom summit." And I was like, "You were listening to a fucking mushroom summit?" And why wouldn't he? Right? Like this is this world now. People who can't find the goods are growing the goods.
I had it's funny that you say it, because Zach from Zintac Farms, ZZ Farms in Northern Ohio.
Yeah. I know Zach.
Yeah, we sell him blocks. He comes up every week, and he might grab some fresh if he's a little out, or he comes up and grabs some blocks from us, and to me, like he's like a friend. Like we're doing business, but like he's like a friend. But he's like, "Oh, like, do you catch everything on the summit?"
Yeah,
and I was like, holy shit, like, yeah. I have been watching the summit. He's like, "Cool, man." Like, it's just like, yeah, like, Michael's done a really great job of putting that out.
Yeah, man.
Summit was a really cool. I think I would call that a huge success.
Yeah. I didn't think much of it at first, only because of the questions he was posing at me didn't line up with what I thought had sort of like been the intention of the thing. And at first, sort of after recording, I was like, who the hell knows where this is going? Like, I didn't even know like what it was all about. And I feel bad. We had a couple like technical errors, and I'm like chasing people around, like trying to get better service. We had like a bunch of shit go down on one side of the farm electrically. And so I'm like outside recording this interview with him. So that I could have just chalked it up to that, but it was wild to see the, receptiveness of it. And like everybody mentioned it that I possibly could think of. And the amount of emails that came in that were 5 years ago, I would have been like, they're useless emails. It's just people asking redundant, ridiculous questions. They were more aimed at like an interesting avenue. Like, so it proves that the people who are interested in this stuff are enlightened far more than they were even 5 years ago. They're like willing to talk about substrate and spawn and their options for how to get into this and integrate it in a way that makes sense for their financial standings, and it's fucking cool.
Eric, every once in a while, and I mean, every other day, I think, where would our industry be if we were without the pandemic? Where would we be, not only from the challenges that are posed to us that have come directly from, say, like restaurant partners or distribution partners and everything that goes along with the food end of it. But also, where would we be without the entire world being, pretty much confined to their phones and their computers, who had a spark of interest at some point. At some point, they had a spark of interest. They had an inkling. They had maybe a friend that tipped them off to, the exciting world of mycology, and not even mycology, not even the research aspect, but just how fun it is to grow mushrooms, and like how great of a nutrition source it is, and all the benefits that go along with that as something that can be incorporated into a diet. Like that's been crucial, I think, to our company's success over the last year. I mean, we were doing just fine before, but you can put it on a timeline, and you can see the website hits. You can see the amount of products that will be shipped out, as well as how well, say tomatoes go down, but like we go up. So like there's such a much more conscious citizenry, if you would, out there, that I think that everyone staying at home is really to blame, and it's so fantastic, and it's good, and this is the push, I think, that that mushrooms have needed.
It's true. Yeah, maybe you're right. I really hadn't thought about it.
It's like the forgotten animal kingdom. We all know it's the land of misfit toys over here.
Yeah.
But
in regards to the growers, for sure.
For sure, absolutely. It's the land of misfit toys, but at the same time, like, now you have so many people messaging you, like, how can I get a kit? How do I get involved? Hey, can I come spend some time over there at your farm? Are you looking for work? And like, it's exponential, at least this last year, as compared to the year before. So, I thank people for being interested in it, when they have time on their hands. To me, that shows that these are the things that people want to familiarize themselves with. It's the sort of work, and it's the sort of industry, and the sort of type of work that maybe, like, you got to go with your heart. I know plenty of people that when the brewing industry popped off in Michigan, in the tri-state area around here in the mid-90s, late 90s, early 2000s, when things were really starting to crank through, and the laws were able, allowing us to do more than we previously could have done when it comes to beer production and distillery rights. There was a lot of people that they just wanted to do it. They had something that piqued their interest, and they wanted to do it. And so now they've all done it. And now you have different schools that are adding programs for fermentation sciences, and distillery programs, and what have you. Northern Michigan is started doing a cannabis one. Yep. There's all sorts of fun stuff that's happening around here that, if your interest is picked, like, of course, let's get the right brains together. Yeah. And let's show you the way. In Michigan, I'm really close to Eastern Michigan University. They've offered a mycology class every other year, and it's one semester. University of Michigan holds a better one, and Michigan State University, which is the state's ag school, they hold an even better one. Yep. But it's not something that you need to attend college necessarily for, depending on what you're trying to get into. And I'm just honestly psyched that people are getting involved.
Well, one of the most Oh, it's so true, man. I think I've talked about this on another podcast recording, but it's worth reiterating. I deferred to Tyler because I was a little like taken aback, and Tyler Crawford is our spawn director, so he does all of our spawn stuff. And we had this dude and his daughter roll up, and we get these from time to time. We're really not like a public facing business at all because we just deal in substrate spawn.
I don't think any of us are.
No. But like people still find you. It's fucking bizarre. Like at some level, you're like, whoa, okay. So this dude rolls up with his daughter. They're both like masked, very polite. They come in, and I was like, what? I like saw his daughter, and then I looked at him, and I was like, can I help you guys with something? And she just looks right up at me as if to like grab my attention. And she was like, I would just like to purchase some oyster spawn of which you have available to inoculate some straw. And I was like, what in the fuck? This is like a 9-year-old girl. And I was like, yeah, give me, I don't know what we have extra for spawn. I live in the substrate side of the world. So I go into the office and I was like, Tyler, there's an 8-year-old girl who needs some spawn. And he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, her dad's here. It's fine. I was like, do you want to go help her out with that? And he was like, sure. So I'm just like sitting in the office, not really thinking much about it other than bewilderment. And I was just like, this is the moment at which kids have the advantage. They have this like weird opportunity to control a realm to which most of the world, like on a social level, just ignores. They don't care where mushrooms come from. Like on the larger scope, it's still getting there. Like universities are starting to incorporate these ideas. Like alternative schools for children are starting to like bring people to tour mushroom farms. And there's this fucking kid who just wants some spawn to inoculate verbatim her substrate. I was like, what in the fuck? Like, this is far out, and that still sits with me.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
How long did it take you to get to that nomenclature?
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Like not 8, not 9, not 15.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, it blows my mind. It blows my mind only because I know that the entrance into this world now is not hellbent on the shroomery and this like clandestine version of growing cubes to growing real mushrooms. The entrance is like lion's mane grows in basements under pool tables now, and it's
for sure.
It's fucking crazy.
For sure.
Yeah.
Like so last summer one of the greatest things, and using this platform, I'll outright say it. If you're in a cannabis grow, and if you're trying to do garden growing, seek out your local mushroom farmer for their spent substrate.
It's the hottest shit going, dude.
Like, do it. It'll take what you normally would have taken 8 to 10, 12 months. It'll drop that down to 3 months worth of progress.
Yeah.
It's just it's intelligent. If you're a permaculture gardener, if you're doing cugel culture and stuff like that, you can be reaping the benefits of the fruits that come from the mycelium that'll work their way to the top. Like it's a win-win.
Yeah.
It gets off of our property, off of any other mushroom farmer's property.
And we got a lot of it. Not us necessarily, but most mushroom farms.
And it's gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Those mushroom farms that are like, the end destination for the blocks.
Yeah.
Like they're they got to move it. Like the alternative could be that they might spend, $100 to take it to the dump.
Yeah.
Which is just sad.
Yeah.
But I've had a few experiences. One in particular where I've brought mushroom blocks from composting or headed to compost rather, coming out of the grow room, and then put in the trailer, and we take it to a spot. And then, my pal, he's got, 4 kids, and they're running around all being kids, being 5, 6, 7 years old. And, they say, oh, what's that? Tell Brian what that is. And she says, oh, that's mycelium. Or what's that? Like, that's a carpophore. It's like, sweet Jesus. Like, we're teaching Latin to sub 10-year-old children right now.
Yeah.
Like this, it's Yeah, it's the next generation. We got 8-year-olds coming knocking on your door. We got 7-year-olds studying old Stamets text. So like, cool.
It's
like,
fucking really cool, man. My girlfriend's kid is 11, and he wanted to do this science fair project of some mycelial nature, and I was like, okay. I was like, let's test, I was explaining to him what he could do. And I was like, we can take these thermocouples and test different masses and strains of mushrooms for their heat production and their ability to heat up water per se. So, you like break this stuff up, you let a cup colonize around it, you put in a particular degree of water, and you see how fast that substrate can warm something up. And, I'm explaining this to him over the phone, and then I explain it to my girlfriend, and she on the phone goes, "Does this make sense to you, Tyler?" And he just like verbatim repeated it back to her, like he totally got it, like in an instant. And I was like, "Man, fuck, that is the sponge year." So if you can like purposely sort of like expose kids to these concepts, it sort of undermines our assumption that these kids are screwed, that they're just like growing up in this world of technological madness and fear. And we kind of forget to realize that that's an adult thing to worry about. Kids are like consumed with the coolest stuff, even if it's related to TikTok and fucking, any of these other crazy things, it's still their ability to absorb is far superior to ours,
Even if we didn't want them to do it, they do it twice as hard.
Yeah, they would. I did.
It's just how it is, man.
It's
just
true.
how it is.
What was your start, man? Like what I don't know anything about your sort of setup there.
Well, it took a heroic dose. I'm just kidding. No, my start was long story short, like I said, like same sort of collegiate sort of like approach to growing mushrooms, like when you're 20 years old, just the same as many folk. And we got going on with that, and then we abandoned that for a little while, but we were always intrigued by by the process, because there was some mathematics, there was some slight chemistry involved. It was something that yielded results, and it was all measurable. So from like a kickback version of just everyone just hanging out and being 20-year-olds, like it was a little bit different than say growing a plant or having a beer. So from there we let it slide. We did our things. I got into a little bit of sandwich artistry, and I got into some cocktail mixing, and my business partner Randen, he got me a job at a country club, and we rolled that out for a couple of years. And it took me about 2 years to convince him. I had like a little aha moment where I was like, okay, oyster spawn production and oyster block production, and like, okay, like how many pounds, like in a square foot can we put out, and what's the market price, and like what space would it take, and what would it really take equipment wise to make all of this happen. So I designed something. It's still hanging up on the wall on my pin board in my room. It's not exactly what it looks like right now at the farm, but once we're under one inclusive roof, honestly, it's pretty close to what I would like it to look like.
Yeah.
So I always had this idea, and like I said, it took 2 years of being like, come on, man, like, let's grow some mushrooms. And one day he said, okay, well, what's our budget? And at that point, I had already left the country club, and I was working at a brewery, and I had a pretty great job. I was on a salary. I was making tips, and I was making a bunch of money for someone as young as I was. So I was able to sock some off to the side on a weekly basis. And like I said, one day he said, what's our budget? I said, okay, our budget's $340. And so we went out and bought $340 worth of shit from Home Depot. And then the next week, what's our budget? Oh, 170. So we bought $170 worth of shit from Home Depot. And then the next week, what's our budget? $400. And like pretty much everything outside of my living expenses that I had left over from my paycheck, I would just shove it right into like, okay, let's buy particulate filters. Let's buy CPVC. Let's buy valves. Let's get a propane tank out here. Let's do this. Let's do that. And Randen is kind of like the yin and my yang. Like I just come from a mindset of see it, like it, buy it, own it. You know, like I'm cursed with that. Like I just want to buy something. Unfortunately, a lot of times when I like have those feelings, I often don't do the diligent research surrounding it. Randen self-proclaimed himself once as a penny-pinching prick, and I think he's a really, really nice guy. But he's saved me thousands and thousands of dollars over the years. In the company, I can't even tell you how many tens of thousands of dollars a year. Yeah. If I said, let's buy these things, and he said, let's not, like nine ways to Sunday, we're going to take Rand's opinion on it. So eventually, once we started producing oyster mushrooms, we started with 155-gallon drum. Actually, before that, we started plugging some hardwood trees, knocking down neighbors' trees. We're like, that's too close to your house. They're like, it is too close to our house.
Get
We're
it
like,
out
cool,
of
we'll
here.
cut it down. So we cut down, started plugging it, and then we realized, like, well, first off, hardwood is super duper heavy.
Yeah.
Secondly, the pain in the dick. Thirdly, like, how many hardwood trees are there to really knock down around here?
Yeah.
So we got into straw pasteurization, started with 155-gallon barrel, quickly advanced to 3 of them, and then we made a super tank eventually, had our buddy Mark weld us up like a 400-gallon tank with like pretty much like a big crab pod sort of situation there with 2 burners and an on-demand hot water giving flow to that.
Yeah.
So then we started, to make enough mushrooms to sell to a few restaurants and a few places. We did the farmers market thing, and it didn't rub us the right way. Yeah. I don't think we were at the right markets. Mm-hmm. And the big thing was that it just took so much time away. Like this is Automation Alley over here in Southeast Michigan. Like, right. It's like you wake up and like you just start doing stuff. So like it isn't, I don't think, really necessarily in our blood to like kind of hang around till someone is close enough to your booth. So you can like try and give them a sell, although we all have backgrounds in bartending. We come from a place where alcohol sells itself. Mushrooms at that time, they don't necessarily sell themselves. There are even times old ladies would walk up and ask us if they were dead birds.
Well, I mean, what year was this? Well, like from the initial $340?
We're talking 2014, 2015.
Okay. All right.
2014, 2015, we're at these smaller markets, and it just wasn't hitting for us. So we started really branching out to our local restaurants. I had at that point worked at the brewery, Arbor Brewing Company, for a few years, and they brought me in over there. We started doing specials, and then I just became their mushroom source. Yeah, and that was cool. And as that grew, I started getting into Greater Detroit and started getting into Republic. A good buddy of mine got me into Republic in Detroit, and from there on to a larger hotel, and the rest is history.
That's far out, man. I think a lot of people of that time period started that way and had those same questions. Like our first question was, why the fuck aren't there mushrooms at farmers markets? And truth be told, I think it's like people weren't ready for them, but B, somebody had to make people ready for them. so
Yeah.
so a lot of us got into it at the same sort of like pace, you know.
My big aha moment was when I was in a Meijer, and Meijer is our local grocery chain.
Okay.
And so I was in a Meijer, and I was looking at all like the okra and all the different greens and the onions and the potatoes, and like everything was from Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, a little bit of Canada. But when you get to the mushrooms, like they're all Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
They're either all Pennsylvania or they're all Canada.
Yeah.
And like my thing right there was like, we can do a classier job than Pennsylvania and Ohio. I mean, but it will in Canada. But like that's just the Michigan part of me. Just talk trash about Ohio. But like we can basically do a better job than Ohio, Pennsylvania, and of course Canada. So what's it going to take? I don't like in the brewery industry, like they say, if you want to make $1 million, you got to start with $1 million.
Right.
But we don't have $1 million. Like my first farm, the first 2 or 3 versions of our farm, which is on Randen's dad's property, it started because, we could buy some hardware and some pumps and all that good stuff and some metal things. But like, again, Randen he played it really close to the vest. We took a truck and a trailer, and for weeks and months and like a year and a half, 2 years on end, we would go behind manufacturing buildings and look for pallets.
Yeah.
And we knocked all the pallet boards out. Like the first 3 renditions of our farm were made out of pallet wood.
That's awesome.
We palletized all of those things, and we took all the 2x4s off. We'd have 3 2x4s to make 1 8-foot stud. Like it was insane, but we did it.
Yeah.
Like it's just what it took. We're here now, but that's what it took.
I think what it takes for most mushroom farms to have gotten started back then is it's incorrigible, especially for an industry like you're saying that's it's so centralized. I like wholeheartedly believe in decentralization of mushroom farming in general. Like every time somebody from fucking, California wants to buy blocks from me, I try to point them towards Far West Fungi, or if somebody's closer to TR, towards them. There's this motivation to sort of ponder in the fresh mushroom aisle, if you will, that isn't even an aisle. And you see that plethora of greenery and different shades of, vegetables. And you really have to wonder, like, how many farms like are out there producing that many different types of greens and other alternative vegetables. Even the esoteric shit like okra, even though okra's not the esoteric it is now, I guess. But there's a lot of them. And there's not that many mushroom farms even still. There's more and more every day, but that decentralization is growing more and more. And like checking out that sort of research that goes into what areas of the country is farming as an industry and as a job, as a profession, is expansive, it's just starting to rebound, and it's amazing to see. Like Maine was definitely part of that rebounding sort of growth sector, where it was like farmers are just fucking going wild, and they were younger, which is really encouraging. Because you're not going to see younger welders, and you're not going to see younger bodymen who are working for auto parts. You're not going to see these things really rebound in the same way that food has. And maybe it's just because we desire the less vulnerable products, the less suspect products. We want something healthier, and we want to be happier eating it, especially in a pandemic.
Whenever I'm frustrated about anything product related on our end, I always ask myself, either aloud or inside of my own mind, so why didn't I start manufacturing nuts and bolts? Like they can sit on a shelf.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about pushing them out in a timely fashion. I don't have to worry about when they're going to come up, when they're going to go down, and all this other stuff. And like our industry is so far removed from like, say, like a cellar or a grain silo. You know, like what
It's
we
true.
do until you get into like value added products our 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 whole industry on a daily, an hourly, a weekly, a monthly basis is evanescent. It's something that can come and go, you know, before the trucks even show up.
Yeah.
So it's one of these strange things that, like, it really takes someone with, they need cojones to, like, I mean, like, even like really like get into it, because like it really truly is a juggling act. But that excites people. You know, it's not like growing carrots.
No.
It's not like you're growing like an indeterminate plant like a tomato or kale. You know, like,
Even though everybody wants kale and doesn't want kale.
for sure. Like, I mean, like, it's not something that you can just wrap up in a greenhouse and extend the month for.
Right.
You know, like it takes consistent and omnipresent inputs to do it, especially at scale.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just I'm super stoked that people are getting involved. I'm super stoked that that younger people are, you know, I don't want to say picking up the torch, because I'm not dead, you ain't dead. You know, like, don't take my torch. We have a lot to prove and do.
Yeah.
Still.
There's so much innovation left, you know.
Yeah, and I hope the youth is there along with us. You know,
I feel like it is. You know, I talked to Neil from Columbia Mushroom Company earlier today, and he's funny, man. He was like, I just dropped off, I forget what he said. I was picking something up and then went to drop off at this distribution company that he usually supplies for. And he's been asking all week, you know, do you need anything? Do you need anything? No, we're good. We're good. But then like today, they're like, to call him first thing after he calls them and goes, fuck, we do. We need as many oysters as you can possibly supply right now. That is like, that proves the vulnerability of this industry and the cojones that you need to get into it, because you're like, you got to be like, okay, how do we hustle it? How do we get in there? How do we fucking supply? You can only do that for so long before you either get burnt of it or you find a pattern in the madness to be able to be consistent with that, you know, craziness.
That's another reason why you're right about, you know, decentralizing. Yeah. You know, like even if your company in this industry isn't necessarily decentralized, like I'm an owner-operator, so like I have a very centralized ownership of the company. Like I connect dots, and that's what happens. Yeah. But like when it comes to the decentralized part, like if we have someone in a different place who needs something, like maybe I can't help you out, but maybe my friend in Canada can. Right. Maybe my friend in Ohio can. You know, like I'm sure you've been in a spot like when it came to like restaurant fulfillment. At some point, you may have been a little bit down, or someone else was down, and like you just, you know, you move a little bit of product from one side to the other. Now, I wouldn't call that selling out. You know, in so many other industries, that could be called selling out, but what it comes down to is like you're making it happen. You're making it. You're making yourself and your company well put to take care of those vulnerabilities, those issues that can arise from such a highly vulnerable industry.
Yeah, I try to get that point across to a lot of newer farms who have this propensity to hate on the bigger farms that have sort of been around and figured it out and had the money behind it, when they get sort of overwhelmed with the fact that, like, how are these bigger companies able to supply so many people at volatile levels? And I'm like, well, because they purchase in. There's a percentage of their mushrooms that are not their own across the board, from like the smaller to medium sized farms all the way up to, you know, some of the larger farms in PA buying shiitakes as well as logs directly in from China. They have to find ways to be able to supply that sort of up and down industry without losing the contact. So it's across all bounds. So if you don't accept that level of comfortability within your sort of maneuveration around these things, you're gonna fucking fail, and you're gonna be mad at yourself when you let somebody down customer wise, and you're not gonna know why. And that is why you really have to be able to stretch your ability to make people stoked. It doesn't mean all the time. It doesn't mean like your soul system has to. Yeah, no. But I see that time and time again.
You could be a broker.
Yeah.
Like that, you could be a broker in the industry, and like that could be your whole thing.
Sure.
But like as long as you don't totally rely on, the shoulders of other people.
Yep.
To get product, that's a lot of run around. Like you don't want to do that.
No.
I've brokered plenty of mushrooms in my time, and I'll tell you, you're better off growing the mushrooms and then seeking honest help.
Yeah.
When it's necessary.
Oh, because otherwise the quality is just so inconsistent, and you're just left selling somebody else's shit at the end of the day.
Yeah, and then there's also plenty of large companies that like also are trying to expand, especially this last year, trying to expand their reach into mushroom companies of like say my size and other like all medium-sized mushroom farms that are, they basically want them to broker it, like basically be a pipeline for buffering, like GMI, for instance.
Yeah, it's super easy to get sort of bullied into those scenarios, especially with like the whole food side or the, anybody has these sort of retail customers, they've felt that pressure before. Even if they're a great customer to work with, inevitably the customer wants what it wants. You can't really you can't challenge them on that. You just have to be like, I really hope you'll keep working with me, even if I can't supply this, but if you have to, go somewhere else as well. It's a scary thing to be in that position, but I feel like enough farms from that 2008 up era have been in it long enough to know that you can catch all the flies with all the honey, and if you're kind enough and you're respectful enough, you're definitely going to be okay.
You can catch more flies with honey, but you can catch more honeys when you fly.
That's true. That's true. Who said that? Oh, you said that.
That's Black Dynamite.
Damn straight. So you mentioned Randen. What's your relationship going that far back? Are you guys the same age? How did you kind of decide to work together? Yeah. You just bullied him into this shit and you were like, we're doing it.
No, yeah, I would call Randen my non-sexual muse. I think everyone should try to be more like Randen. He's Centennial man. He's one part electrician, one part plumber, one part deer hunter, one part father, one part best friend, one part mechanic, one part entrepreneur. There's nothing that can really stop the guy.
That's awesome.
He comes from of a family. His dad taught him so much. And as far as I go back with him, which was electronic media, I met him because a really great friend of mine, Steve, asked me to come help him on a video audio thing over at his house when he was making music. And he brought over Randen, who was in, I think, a video editing class with him. I could be off on the specific class, but he brought us together.
Yeah.
Long story short, Steve has a propensity to okay, cool, everyone's here, and he kind of navigates away, and he's on the phone.
Yeah.
So then Rand and I are like, okay, so you're here, I'm here, we're here, and we just yucked it up and became pals. And then later on, Steve got involved with the law, and he had a piece of community service that he had to knock out. So he was going to use his skill set with his audio video, background. So he pretty much conveyed to myself and Randen that it would be a great help to him, and that we would either get paid or put up in a hotel or something like that to go down to Toledo, Ohio, to do a video of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And which I that's for my dad's age. So it's like, okay, sure, whatever. We'll go to the oldest theater in Ohio. We'll go do that. And we show up there, and this is like Rust Belt Revolution. Like, this is like economy collapse time. So, I mean, it's a fucking ghost town.
I bet.
And so we took a ride out with some stagehand lady. And when we got in the car, this Pontiac Vibe, she drove us, and we listened to Meatloaf's greatest hits.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Turns out, according to Meatloaf, there's about 47 of them.
Holy
so
shit.
we listen to the whole thing. We show up. Turns out there's no hotel room, and there's no craft services or nothing. But we got our equipment. The first night, no one showed up. Not a single person. Not a single person attended this thing.
Oh no.
And then the next night, 4 people showed up, and they waited over like 45 minutes to start the show because they were just so convinced that more people would show up. And then they did it. By that time, the cast was like on drugs and drunk.
Sure.
And we turned our cameras off, and we're like, well, this is what we're doing. We're here in Ohio. And we ended up eating bologna sandwiches, and we fell asleep on the hardwood orchestra pit of the theater, and we climbed all around with the cast with the aid of Mr. Jack Daniel into the like lighting pits up top.
Yeah.
It was just one of the dumbest things ever. Anyways, the next day we got driven home back by the same Meatloaf lady. She still only had that one CD. So we did the Meatloaf thing, and then she missed our spot by like 35 minutes.
Oh.
And then, so we went back to more Meatloaf, and been best friends ever since.
Jesus Christ. That's fucking far out, man.
It was really rough, but I got hoodwinked, he got hoodwinked, and those are the battle stories that like friendships are forged from.
This is like going back to what we were saying. You think of these like terrible times, and then you realize, years down the road that like, fuck, they might have sucked in the moment, and Meatloaf might still suck, but at the same time, you're like, you gain something from it. You got a homie, and you've had that experience that isn't so fucking disturbing either anymore to you, I'm sure.
Mostly I feel bad because he sat shotgun and she kept trying to talk to him, and he kept catching my eye in the mirror, and I was just dying in the back, like for like hours, man. It was uncomfortable, but like it was like that tasteful uncomfortable, like
you can deal with it.
It's like a Larry David skit.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. But anyways, so that went on. And I convinced him I was like, let's start this thing. And eventually said, yeah, we'll start an LLC. And we started Detroit Mushroom Company LLC, and Michigan Mushroom Company is a DBA. Michigan Mushroom Company does like kit order sales online.
So why did you guys choose to split those two? Any particular reason?
Mostly because like my thing, Detroit Mushroom Company, like I act as to be a mushroom hub for the Detroit metro area and beyond. So but really, truly, that's where I want to put these mushrooms. The culinary scene in Southeast Michigan has had its ups and downs.
Yeah.
But more recently, up into COVID, doing really good. Doing really good. There was, we got a Michelin star chef here in town. We got another one on the way, and they turned the top of the Renaissance Center, which is the GM building.
Yeah.
That whole upper part was once the Carousel Insignia, and it turned over to a different restaurant. And we're trying to turn Metro Detroit and Detroit proper into like a food destination. So like when it comes to like the Third Coast and like tourism and the art and the culture, when you draw those people in for those reasons, something that's so synonymous with that is food.
Yeah.
It's the culinary end of it. Like that's really like, I feel like you could look at paintings all day. You could look at architecture, and you could look at the automobile industry. You could look at our geographical anomalies, like our salt. There are salt mines, thousands of feet underneath Detroit. Canada's right there. There's lots to do. But when you're there, like that type of person that comes there for that, they also want to have a great meal.
True.
And so as time has gone on, like there's much more respect for refined foods. There's so much more respect for farm-to-table cuisine. Mushrooms certainly being on the tippy top of that more recently.
Yeah.
So like this all goes into the fold of like what makes that successful. With what happened last February when they did a state-mandated shutdown with the COVID situation, everyone pretty much shit their pants. There was a 2 or 3 week period where, Rand and I were looking at each other like, we have no idea. We have no idea what to expect next. Like, I think we might be fucking done for.
Yeah.
Should have been nuts and bolts. But we got on Instagram. My buddy Paul and I, one of our employees, and he has a background in radio. He was a radio DJ for like 15 years.
Yeah.
And so we got on there and just kind of riffed a little bit and cut together a little video, like saying, "Hey, cool, we got these mushrooms. Like come on down to our driveway." And I lit a fire pit at the end of it and got a couple cases of beer, and and then like it was astounding. We did better at that one like 5-hour spot at the end of our driveway than we ever had at any farmers market. We did better in that one day than any combined railroad response of like going from one side of town all the way to the other. Like I could hit 5 restaurants or 6 restaurants all on the same track and still not have done as good as I did at the end of that driveway. And like it was like we were blasting reggae music and some Dead, and it was chill. We did that 2 or 3 times over, and that like gave me the green light, basically like, okay, people in this area still want to purchase and eat mushrooms.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they're out of the job. It doesn't matter if they need to stay home. Like there are ways that people can do this on a social distance way, or get part of a share, like a CSA share. And we can grow a product the same way we're doing it and get it to someone who's going to eat it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's through like a restaurant. We always thought that the restaurants were like the key, the holy grail. Like that's the only way this will work. And like what COVID taught us was that's just simply not true.
Right.
A restaurant kind of acts like a middleman.
Sure.
It's like you're giving it to a distributor, but you sell it at a lesser cost.
Yeah.
When you retail it yourself, like more similar to you would at a market, you get much more take home.
Yeah.
And since you don't have to move, it's you don't have to have the expenditure of gas. So it was really eye opening. It was really once that happened twice. we realized that, we just need to buckle down and strap up, and whatever happens is going to happen. But, we didn't bow out. We said, we're going to grow mushrooms.
Fuck yeah.
And that's what we did. We started doubling down. We started giving our guy another extra day a week. And we've still, to date, sold pretty much everything. I'd say our loss numbers are better than they ever have been before. And, we're just getting into winter now.
Yeah.
It's not even mid-January here in Michigan. So, the fact that we're still selling as many blocks as we are right now, diversified through these different avenues, and selling as many mushrooms as we are at the price that we want.
Yeah.
It's just apparent. People want to get down, people support it, and this is a way to make a living.
We all had those weird moments back then. I mean, I remember that video you and Randen had posted, because I think I reposted it on Instagram or something. And I was just like, this is it. This is the level of stoke that people are going to see, and really, like, it's going to push them forward. And that was part of the reason for even me starting this podcast, is just to continue that stoke, continue the thing that people can listen to while they're harvesting, something to just get people going forward, and then communicating a little bit so they can see, like, look, this dude's succeeding. Look, this girl's succeeding. This is working. This is how they're doing it. And the video you guys did, a lot of people followed suit, even if they didn't see it. They were just like, fuck, we got to get directly to the people. It doesn't have to be a farmer's market. We can have our own market. We can distribute direct through other people's CSAs. Within like a matter of weeks, it was the fastest transition of any of the industries I think I've ever seen. Most of them shut down, like industry-wise. Most other industries, companies, businesses shut down. I don't think a single mushroom farm decided to bow out, except for the thought for like the first week of, late February into March, and everyone was like, oh, fuck. And then all of a sudden we lost every customer for Cap and Stem within like 2 days. And then the next day they were all back like tenfold. We were like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was a real shit show. But like, like if you're growing mushrooms, that like whatever action you take, like whatever thing you do, whatever is on your production schedule, like you can't necessarily predict the future, right. But you do know dauntingly that if you have inaction, if you take a week off or 2 days off, that's going to boomerang hit you 3 weeks down the line.
Yeah.
And especially 4 weeks down the line, and especially 5 weeks down the line. So like there wasn't, to us, like there was no other way. Like we couldn't just stop. We didn't have enough information.
No.
And I'm super glad that we didn't step off, because, that would have created a hole in our production right when there was an opportunity to sell, not only sell mushrooms at a premium, but also to connect with all the people that were going to the restaurants before, right, and enjoying our products, all the people that were going to the brick and mortar grocery stores that we provide to. That gave them an opportunity to come and meet us and probably honestly get a better price than what they were going to get at those retail outlets.
Sure.
So it was good all the way around, and it was great. I mean, we had cars lined up down the street. It was weird.
It was weird.
It was weird.
Yeah, it's very, it's Twilight Zone territory. I think anybody in this is a little apprehensive to talk about what we're talking about. There's a benefit to this pandemic for on many different levels for mushroom farmers, big and small. And it seems unfair, but at the same time, it seems like I have to keep reminding myself I can keep my 15 employees employed. I can keep my business partners happy. I can keep going. I can start a podcast. I can just do what I like doing and do what I love doing. And I really didn't. Nobody knew we were pandemic proof until it happened. I
want to take you back to what you just said. Why do you think why do you think people are apprehensive to talk about what we're talking about?
You know, I don't know if it's apprehensive. Maybe it's my own apprehension because I feel personally bad when, you know, I'm surrounded by people, family wise or friend wise or acquaintance wise, who have lost everything when it comes to their job, when it comes to a new life of food stamps and fucking handouts. They have to take it now. And I don't know if you're acquainted with anybody in those sort of scenarios, but like,
Sure, absolutely.
I don't feel comfortable 9 times out of 10, you know, when you're a mushroom person at a family gathering, people are like, how the fucking mushrooms doing? And you're like, they're great. Yeah. You just don't really want to get into it because like it's a little too insane for them in that time period where it's just drinks are a-flowing and food's aplenty. And you're like, oh, fuck.
It's difficult to like discern like the idea that like talking positively about our industry right now and like the state of it and like within our own affairs within it, like we could be doing better, you know, like we could be doing better, but you know we're not under, and that's great. The hardest part is, like you said, you know, just being you know, shoulder to shoulder with someone who might be like really in the dredges about it. You know, like this whole pandemic has never stopped me from being able to go to Canada with mushrooms.
Right. Because
I'm classified as an essential service. So at the end of the day, we're growing food. This was never easy to start. You know, like you started this with your people. I started my thing with my people. The other mushroom farms listening to this podcast, you started this with your people, or maybe you're thinking about starting one by yourself or with your people. At the end of the day, all we're really trying to do is grow food or grow the mediums that can help people grow food. There really isn't anything wrong with that. You know, like if we were doing great because we were, you know, crafting mortgages or crafting like, you know, things that cigarettes, you know, like, you know, I could feel worse about it. I find that people around me are just, they're happy to know that we're doing well. And, you know, like looking on the mushroom industry, I'm happy to see that we're like not an anomaly, but that people that put so much risk up, you know, 10 years ago, are, you know, in which, you know, even if you put your risk up 10 years ago, if you had a mechanic shop or you wanted to sell bread or you wanted to do anything, like 10 years down the line, I would hope that you're seeing success. Right. It's just, we just happen to be in a spot that is, I don't know, in my opinion, especially, it's a far cry to call it recession proof, but this time around, I think it's been proven that people want to eat good food. Yeah. And as long as you're growing it, they're going to buy it.
Yeah, it's true, man. And maybe it's just my attempt to be, I'm trying to like maintain this humble quality to it because it has been a struggle for, I think, the majority of us to just get this far. And you know, the majority of mushroom farmers are tough enough coming from that era that we've made it through all these bizarrely awkward transitions of like going in back doors of restaurants really weirdly and trying to like get customers and, bringing them something that looked like a dead bird. Like it's
100%. 100%, Eric Loman.
It is something that it's just been a bizarre struggle, and it's so nice to have made it out the other end. But there's that simultaneous thing in my head that is maybe just like a kid born poor, where I'm just like, man, what the fuck is around the corner, you know?
Yeah, it's 100% bizarro land. You know, like I'd be down and out if it wasn't for Grange Kitchen Bar in Ann Arbor taking a chance on us. I'd be down and out if it wasn't for Arbor Brewing Company and the Bigalora pizzas, taking a chance on us and making us a sole mushroom partner, like to be able to like have those places like set up and for them to like, like it isn't so much us necessarily. It's like, it's having good restaurants with great carry out policies and great media and great, great products that people, either enjoyed beforehand or are interested in enjoy after the fact. Like as long as food is coming in one side of the door and out the other door, I think that, anyone who's listening to this, if you're considering starting a mushroom farm, like, I mean, do it. Do it, because like it's not like you can't do it. It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. It's had the most personal trials and tribulations, some financial ones along the way. But at the end of the day, you're making food. It's cool food. And, like it still can be done. The market certainly isn't saturated. Like
America eats what 1% of the world's produced mushrooms,
Exactly. Yeah. Like the market is still wide open. It's just, are you willing to, put in the time and effort? Speaking of time and effort, I got to call out homeboy Finney. Finney was a, cut from the same cloth as I. He worked for Lagunitas Brewing Company. I'm sure you're familiar with Lagunitas. He was a rep for about a decade, and I had been working for Arbor Brewing Company for about a decade. And our buddy Jesse he owns a couple restaurants locally. He hit me up one day and he said, "Hey, like there's this guy, Finney. He's super into mushrooms. You should come and check him out." I said, "Well, can I have a beer?" I said, "Yeah, of course." So I was like right down the street. I had nothing else going on, so I went down the street and I had a beer with him. And he was obviously he was off the sauce. So now I was talking to someone who was like hyper mushroom. And he wasn't drinking, so like that was strange for me. So like, okay, now I'm like rapid firing answering all these questions. I said, "You know what? Hey, you want to come down to the mushroom farm and check it out?" He said, "Yes, absolutely." Within 25 minutes, he was there, and then within a week, he was our apprentice. And he took us from, like a 2.5 person operation, since Paul was a little bit in and out at the time financially, within our realm. Can we employ you full time? He came in as a freeboard, and he took us. He was able to bridge us into 5 or 6 days worth of production.
So was he really? He was basically the man. He was the power behind it in terms of like expansion.
Dude, Finney came out of nowhere. I give infinite respect to Finney. He's a Minnesotan guy, which means that he's great at taking direction. He's also very good at swimming.
Two very amazing qualities.
Yeah, so I was like 100%. Yeah, you're in. So he would come, and he's so gracious. He says, "Thank you so much, for showing me how to do this stuff. Thank you so much for letting me hang out with you today." It's like 2-3 days a week for months on end. It's just like, can I just kind of want to pay him, but I couldn't afford to pay him.
Right.
But he took that as a sample, and then now he's back in just outside of Minneapolis, and he's started Finney and the Fungi over there.
Nice.
And it was Finney's Fungi, and he made a proactive decision, I guess, the other day to change it from Finney's Fungi to Finney and the Fungi, because he believes that the fungi do their own thing, and he's just there to guide them. And I think so much of us who have looked at a lot of blocks colonized are pretty much on board with what he's got to say. they're not our mushrooms. We're just hanging out with them. So
They got a
big
fucking
ups to
total autonomy, man.
totally, dude. Yeah. So big ups to Penny and the Fun Guy. Thank you so much for taking us from A to B by giving me an extra set of hands. And like now we get Paul on as a full-time employee.
Yeah.
And now we're looking to get the next person in there. We're moving away from doing full autoclave stuff to hyperpasteurization at bulk. And so
yeah, what's your setup there?
So we rock a 110 gallon pharmaceutical top loading autoclave.
Okay.
And so that allows us to process 240 pounds of sub at a spot. So like with a pretty relaxed schedule, we can get 4 runs done in a day.
Yep.
So by either XLSAs, 14As, or the equivalents, depending on who your bag supplier is, I would say we're processing 240 pounds, of substrate a day times 4.
Okay.
As a normal work day. I am not like shy of doing a 24-hour day. When I first started doing this, pre-Paul, help from Finney,
yeah.
My job was the dirty side, and Randen's job was the clean side. So he was doing all of our inoculation, all of our bag placement, all of our labeling, all that good stuff. And my job was to do basically, mixing, bagging, autoclaving, shuffling into the lab, all that good stuff. So that was like our first, like when we started to like get to scale, that was our division of work.
That's a rad division. Interesting.
Yeah. So, I mean, like the concept there was that like, I'm dirty, I'm going to be dirty.
Yeah.
After a few bouts with Neurospora, after we left some, yeah. So we had some wheat bran that ended up in our area, and that left traces of Neurospora that would show itself for at least a year. Not all the time, but it was around. It's, knock on wood, it's been gone for quite some time.
I think I blacked out the Neurospora invasion of, when was that for us? Like 2015 or 16, because it's terrifying.
It's an absolute farm killer.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that like when you see it, it's just terrifying.
Yeah.
And so when you see it, it's bad. So sorry, I digress.
No. So yeah, so you guys had split this.
Someone just walked up. I got
yeah.
I got distracted here.
No,
So no, we split that basically between doing dirty side and clean side, and that resulted in me doing some seriously long bouts of sterilizing. So if you jump into the 110 Italian autoclave, you're looking at, according to the Inkbird, about half an hour up, and then you're looking at about an hour and a half holding.
Yeah.
And then another half hour down. So all
That's
told,
fast.
between the exchange of everything, a little under 3 hours.
Yeah.
And that would happen every little under 3 hours from Monday afternoon, Monday morning, until Thursday morning.
Yeah.
And I didn't sleep. We would stay up. We just do it. We just roll it one day into the next.
Yeah.
And, we did it as a team, but then, you started falling asleep, and there was a small time when we had some incubation in the same room that we were taking naps in, and we started taking longer naps than normal. and so then we fixed that one up, and that was crazy. But where we're at now is we've got someone who is waking up in the morning, mixing for us, still rocking through the 110,
Yeah.
setting up the first mix for 2 runs. and we're trying to mitigate any perchance of any fermentation. That's the big thing.
It's huge.
You know, like running master mix, running that level of soy in your substrate.
Yeah.
It's just really important, especially depending on the time of year, for what your HVAC conditions are like in your mix room, all the way down to like what temperature water you're using.
Yeah.
You know, like that can affect that. You know, like if you go a little bit over for just a little bit amount of time before knocking it out, you can run into some serious issues.
Yeah.
So, you know, nothing sucks more than spending like an entire day sweating your dick off in a box just to end up with like, you know, thousands of pounds of substrate that are absolutely worthless.
Yeah.
Or even if you can knock them and they got a slight funk, you know, like now you're looking at three extra weeks of inoculation times.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know, like it started slowly with that, and eventually now we've got ourselves in a pretty good spot where Randen runs online stuff. He does knock-in. He's been putting in some extra hours on the weekend, you know, mixing some blocks, and this weekend I'll be mixing some blocks on top of what our demand calls for our full-time employee, Paul, to be doing.
Yeah.
And we'll be slowly moving away from that. We'll be moving to a Sioux boiler system.
Did you get the Sioux 11 or Sioux 25?
I think it's the one that's just right around like a 500,000 BTU.
Okay, yep. Yeah, I think that's the 25.
Yeah, it's ASME certified, and like that's the important part. So like after some great conversation with Will Lockmiller over at Snow Valley.
Sure.
Who's I consider a great friend and ally.
Yeah.
And Randen spends a lot of time talking with Corey Nielsen. He's out of
Austin,
Texas, and I spent a lot of good time talking to Jordan Gent over at Texas Fungi.
Yeah.
I feel like Michiganders and Texans have a lot more in common than we think. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I think it's just a propensity to like just work regardless.
Well, and fucking Corey, dude, Corey's from New England, so him and I have that like that weird New England, I don't know, survive the winter thing in our blood. Yeah,
exactly. Maybe in Texas it's like, man, it's fucking hot all year. This sucks.
Yeah.
And then in our climate zones, it's more like well, you know, like I hope you like summer.
Yeah.
Because 2 weeks from now it's gone.
It's so short.
There's always new oppositions and new challenges.
Yeah.
And you know, like it keeps places like Maine Cap N Stem and places like Tripe Mushroom Company or Tivoli in New York or places like 4-Star Mushrooms in Chicago.
Yeah.
You know, like we all succumb, but we don't, you know, like we all have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Like at the end of every season, there's going to be trials and tribulations, but it's all about the ingenuity that, you know, brings us past that. You know?
It's true, man. There's it doesn't matter if it's super hot or if it's super cold. When you're on either side of that spectrum, trying to run a mushroom farm is fucking, it's a phenomenal feat just because of those variables that are very difficult to control. It's something as simple as, when I do consultations with farms, trying to get them to understand overpowering for like incubation if they're trying to go large. And most times I'm just trying to get a point across. I know they're not going to incubate tens of thousands of blocks, but you got to think like in the wintertime, you're heating the incoming air and therefore you're sort of bringing it up in temperature from it being cooler. And in the summertime, you're cooling it and bringing it down from where it's hot. So in the middle is where you aim to be at. But in one season, you're coming down and in the other season, you're coming up. That's a variable. there's a differential there that is extremely important to be cognizant of, because if you go too far on that scale of too far under, too far over for heating or cooling, you're fucked and everything will change and your timelines get weird and oysters incubate faster and you're like, what the fuck? Now everything is auto fruiting. So being prepared for all of these weird facets is something that's integral to these like systematic approaches to expansion, and
it's, No, please go.
Oh no, yeah, I was just saying, and that's like that's why knowing these people, Tivoli, 4-Star, Will, any of these like individuals who are operating in extremely diverse climates is fucking so fun. I love going over like, Corey's new building design with him. I'm like, this is fucking far out because I don't have to think about how to chill that much fucking air. This is crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a trip, man. And, like you would think that conventional HVAC, could go a long way for mushroom farming, but really it doesn't.
Fucking doesn't go much anywhere.
It's fucking like as dead as a doornail right in the dick stop.
Yeah.
It's not what it seems.
Well, you guys have done a fair amount of crazy innovations when it comes to that, right? Like, don't you? I feel like I saw a video, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys have like a geothermal setup for fruiting, right?
So yeah, we run all of our HVAC. Aside from more recently in our mixer room, we added a conventional furnace.
Cool.
In our grow room, we run modified HVAC units of the geothermal sort.
Cool.
And essentially, we're privy that we are on the low side of a water basin. Being in Michigan, the one thing that we really have going for us is fresh water.
Yeah.
Our water table is excitedly high. We can pretty much take water at will and also pump it back down or feed surrounding crops with it, no problemo.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of ingenuity that goes in with it, but essentially we're pulling cold water from the earth, and we're using the geothermal unit to steal heat even further from that to cool down that water and run it through basically a chiller.
Okay.
And then that's going to condition air that then goes through the blower to feed the grow rooms.
Okay.
So like if say it's 100 degrees out, 105 degrees out, which is not uncommon in the summertime in Michigan.
Sure.
We can pull out earth eligible 54 degree water.
Yeah.
And then chill that down even further. And by the time it gets into the room, we're still like in the low 50s.
Okay. Damn.
And so, right. And so then you can, instead of spilling that down into, because we're looking to own the property that we're on now, hopefully in the next year, but we rent, so we haven't taken the time to really actually dig up and do zones. That water goes feed the crops that are right next door to us because we're in an agriculturally zoned area.
Yeah.
And that percolates right back down to the same water table that first water pulls up from. So like it's kind of it's a like kind of a two-part little phase. And in the wintertime, we're using a difference maker between the on-demand hot water heater and conventional static water heating implements to keep hot water up. You bring in that incoming fresh air from outside. You can precondition it in accordance to what you want your set temperatures in the grow room to be. So like if I want to drop it down to 40 degrees at any given notice, I can do that. If I want to take it to 100 degrees, I can do that.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of the play between a couple valves and some switches. And so like that's been pretty revolutionary for us. We can't figure out necessarily more of an economically smart way for someone who is on like actually on a well who can afford, because of our water resource that's here, to just run a pump.
Yeah.
You know, we can run a pump and expel that water, do what we need to have done to our systems with that water, and then give that water to the crops.
Yeah.
You know, that's our circumstances. That doesn't obviously work for anyone that's growing within a city.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily grow with like 90% of the people that are working even on ag land.
Right.
But for us, that's what works, and that's kind of what we're investing in. We just went out the other day and picked up another 4-ton unit. And where we're at right now, we should be able to power 4 grow rooms of the same size that we're working with right now off of the hardware that we have in-house. And that's going to be really integral moving forward into this next year as we decide to expand and more into the lion's mane market and more into just general mix boxes for restaurants. One of the big distributors that I've been kind of fleecing shoulders with, they're about to be taken over by a larger distributorship that has clean avenues to New York City, as well as Minneapolis and Chicago. And so they want to take our products into those spots, and that's just going to require volume. So by looking at where we're headed and utilizing the same systems and our experience on those systems, we're going to continue down the geothermal path.
That's rad, man. I mean, Iceland does it as a whole, right? That's like their norm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, if I could cook some bread, you know, like if I had a little volcanic thing and I make some volcano bread,
fuck yeah,
I do that too. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess like in a way, like, you know, it hasn't like really necessarily been too publicly expressed. I know Randen likes to again play it a little bit closer to the vest.
Sure.
I respect that. But yeah, like geothermal has been like a very cool opportunity to manipulate our systems that makes it work efficiently for us.
Yeah.
And you know, like propane isn't too expensive out here.
Right.
Especially if you buy the market cap on it, you know, like I think in June or July, they give you an opportunity to like just buy in at this price based on their market reviews. And if it goes up or goes down or whatever, you're still locked in. And if it goes down, I think you get the lower one. So
propane's interesting that way. They've been battling so many other fuel-based industries for so long in terms of heating that they have all these like hilarious incentives. They'll do free labor, you know, in terms of like copper pipe work. It's pretty far out. There's some sort of
utilizing one system, you know, that sometimes uses propane.
Yeah.
And you know, moving into like this era in 2021, we'll be operating a SU boiler.
Yeah.
You know, like then now we can start using steam to clear our rooms. You know, instead of me using say a grow room and putting one wall in, then the next wall, then the next wall, the next wall on a week-to-week basis, you could quadrify that, and then you could have 4 rooms, and then when everything's said and done, you could propel that same steam off the boiler and sterilize the whole room.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just like these are high-value items that just need to get purchased and implemented.
Yeah.
To the next level. I think the one thing that we're really lacking right now is a tractor.
Yeah. Get a Bobcat, my man.
Yeah, we need something that we can drop pallets with. That's just the biggest thing. We still, over at Detroit Mushroom Company, we still move every single sack by hand.
Yeah. Yep.
Every single one of them. We're buff as hell, but
yeah, eventually you want to eat cookies and get fat, you know?
Yeah, I'm fat, but I'm not that fat. I'm fat because of my pasta intake.
Yeah, well, who wouldn't be, dude? Pasta's where it's at. I don't care how fat you get. At least it tasted good going down.
I got a question for you.
Oh, yeah. Ask away.
What if there was one magic mushroom tool that you could just snap your finger and have, what would it be?
That's a delectable question. I think when it comes to the way that we produce stuff, there's a level of efficiency that is still in the works. And, Cap and Stem is going through all sorts of interesting sort of preliminary designs for like how to forward integrate farms into their own substrate production. Part of that decentralized focus for us is to like get other farms producing their own substrate using our spawn or others, using the combo pellets or Sacco 2 bags or whatever comes next that's innovating and innovative. And one of the hardest things to really like put to paper is a sort of inline system for this stuff. There's been many concepts and it's something we toil around with forever, but the handling of materials and this like invisible monster creature of a mechanism that isn't really out there that can take this one sort of particulate and process it into a bag without, I'm not saying without humans, but without these variables that we all come up against, whether or not it's the sterility factor in your lab, the cool down process between your boiler, between your retort or your steam box in your lab, any of these little facets that are like fucked man-made wise. I wish that there was some sort of tool in there that just like answered all of those questions, and just like aligned things in line.
For like a tool by way of like sensors and like software development, you mean?
Possibly, yeah. But also mechanistically, with the software has to come the hardware. So like there's plenty of industry standards for like how fucking, potato chips are bagged, and there's all these like components that go into it. But when you rack in the sterility factor, when you think about every other food-based industry, mushrooms are like, we're the only fucking food-based industry that goes to this level of sterilization, this level of particulate filtration, this level of like human cleanliness. It's fucking insane. So when you try to take this dirty concept or this dirty material and get it to a clean, hyper-controlled material in this bag growing plentifully, getting from A to B is this interesting debacle for a lot of people to backward integrate and say, fuck, I got to use these like all American pressure cookers. Oh shit, I got to use a steam box. Oh shit, I got to use a cat killer fucking pig trough. There's all these excuses for doing the same thing,
Yeah.
So that's my magical tool. It's like way too many words to be a magical tool.
The magical standardization of how to get from A to B.
Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't even have to be a standard, but like, think about where we would be if we didn't have unicorn bags or like the concept of a filtered microclimate, right? Yeah. We would be fucking up shit's creek with no paddles trying to stuff shit into bags and sourcing these like extruded plastic materials and like using ducting and whatever. Yeah. So
you line be having more calls than they already do.
Tell me about it. Yeah.
No, I agree with your sentiment there. It's I do wish there was a little bit more of a uniform thing. But at the same time, like with every mushroom farm, as everything's so different. Like you have people in our industry that have chosen to go the way of selling shovels instead of mining gold.
Sure.
And want to go the route of selling implements and manufacturing equipment. I can't imagine that I wouldn't have given or considered giving some money to some people, for like bagging apparatuses.
Yeah, like Brad and Eric have both made strides in terms of like using pelletized process. Yeah. If Thor was available to me 8 years ago, like I probably would have just bought Thor. Right.
I wouldn't gone down all these roads, but at the same time, you know, like there's a country song out there somewhere that says, you know, God bless the broken road that led me straight to you.
Yeah.
You know, like nothing comes, you know, without some trials and tribulations. Nothing good.
No, certainly not.
You know, like if you really want to understand it from the inside out, like there's nothing more valuable than the mistakes you made, and unfortunately, a lot of times the money you spent.
Yeah. Well, and that's partially like our sentiment is like we are trying to stop in our level of consultations with companies or getting them to buy Spawn versus blocks versus hooking them up with Thor or the Odin or Eric's bag or whatever, is really to just figure out where people are at and put them on the right path to go down that fucking hitting the dusty trail and figuring out their way, you know. And there's so many concepts to get behind now, and that's where, even like speaking of Andrew, like working so hard on and diligently in terms of the liquid culture thing is it's a feat in its own in the States. You know how many people have looked past that, and he's just like continuing to jam it out, you know.
He's rocking it, dude.
He's killing it.
Andrew's rocking it.
He's got to be one of my favorite people to talk to about like weird stuff, because him and Ben seem to go crazy.
He's bringing different species over to you, isn't he?
Yeah. Wait, say that again.
Trying those out. Is he bringing different cultures over to Maine Cap?
Yeah, you know, like so one of the interesting things that I brought up in his podcast is there's this like tongue-in-cheek thing that what Andrew is doing, what Ben are doing over there is not real. Like they're not creating their own phenotypes, and this king blue is really just this blue stolen from this person at this time, and you're like, no man. Like, so I asked him on this podcast to like explain what he's doing and how he's doing it, even though some of us are very knowledgeable about what the concept is for breeding programs. And it's largely people who are in the psychedelic world who understand spore syringes and understand breeding and understand cloning. There's a large percentage of people who did not enter this industry that way back in the mid 2000s. So he explained sort of the baseline of what he's doing, minus plus or minus like details that are in development for him. And I was like, he put it in a different way, and I sort of have refined it in my brain, so it's me being verbatim about it, but not verbatim about it. But he basically said something similar to the tune of, we should be focusing on generating biodiversity instead of preserving biodiversity. We have this tendency, especially in this industry, to really just be like 3782, 3790, 3782, Lambert 123, this, that, and the other. It's like, fucking make your own, like there's a tendency to just like not know how to get there. So you just leave it. And like, he has not left it, which is fucking so cool, And despite the stability or instability of these, phenotypical progressions that he's going after, that's the baseline. And it's no different than what they're doing anywhere else in the fucking world, who are hyper invested in this world of like coming up with phenotypical traits that are highly desirable in this industry,
I got to speak when we're talking about this. I got to talk about Ryan Paul Gates.
Yeah, sure. I just asked him if he wanted to be on this thing. I got to talk to that dude about everything fucking Ganoderma.
He's right down the street from us. He's over there in Warren, Michigan. And
nice.
He's the leading, in my opinion, he's the leading breeder of cordyceps mushrooms in North America.
Yeah.
And he's cultivated such a following, and so many people that are willing to send him samples. That is his Asospore pairings.
Yeah,
are it's just so intriguing. Like the data that he's been able to log, and just the amount of time he's spent in the lab doing this stuff.
Yeah,
it's just a testament. Like for one person to buckle down. I tried to hire him like a year and a half ago, I think, before, like right when I first met him, like I think right before he got to CMGN.
Yeah.
I said, hey, how do you feel about running our lab over at Detroit Mushroom Company? He says, well, probably too busy, and you probably can't afford me. And I was like, well. And after really like examining his work, I was like, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have respect for cats who are honest like that, because it's true. Like, their dedication to a lab centric world is 100% self obsessed. Like, you have to be, and I don't mean like ego self obsessed. I mean like self obsessed in terms of this is your whole thought process of like how these things are interacting. You don't give a fuck about making substrate for the masses. You don't care about the spawn production world that's trying to generate, you know, employment and jobs and so on and so forth. That's like, I like that world. That's the world I live in. It's working with farms. He seems to be a very like focused individual when it comes to that stuff. And I get stoked when I see people like that.
He's very stoked. He also has the hands of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Does he now?
Oh, he's the world's math of his hands, which allows him to do all that lab work so diligently, as well bang those drums.
He plays a killer fucking djembe and all that sort of stuff.
He's a killer djembe. And I will say, because I'll advocate for him right now. There's been plenty of times that I've seen releases of his genetics, go on sale, and then you have like these larger like spore sites and culture sites try and scoop up the whole lineup. Him and I have talked about that. Like, like when he does a genetic release, like they're so who you're shipping it to.
Yeah, of course.
Like, you can deny the sale, but then when you start seeing that same sale like parted up into like 2 or 3 addresses, like you still see that.
Yeah.
He still sees that. People try and rip stuff. I'm not gonna go out there and say that life cannot find a way. I'm a huge Dr. Ian Malcolm fan. But I'll say, like, come on, man, give a little bit of cred to Ryan. If he's out there and, he's putting some genetics out, like, give the guy a little bit of credit. You don't have to scoop all that stuff up and replicate it for your own.
No, and that's, it's hard to say who's buying what. And I just bought Multiplium from him, and he sent like a couple different cultures of, I think it was cordyceps cultures. It's like a few months back, and I was really stoked that he actually sent it to us, because, I don't know him very well at all. I've never had a conversation with him, and that's partially just because I'm such a fucking, a very like introverted human when it comes to anybody outside of my like direct connection. And that's probably another reason to do this fucking podcast. But yeah, I was impressed he sent this shit out. And, I hope at some level that people get across the point in this industry that you can say, this is where this is coming from. Like I don't have any issue with calling a spade, and especially when it comes to our cultures and spawn.
You've done a great job of being transparent when it comes to Andrew's stuff. When Ryan had sorted out a wild sample of what he's calling an almond oyster.
Sure.
It's a whiter oyster with an almond aroma that is so much more obvious than, say, like Pleurotus citrinipelliatus.
Sure.
It's just like super. It's like you're breathing almond milk. He sent that to myself, and he sent that to Andrew, and Andrew did a great job of cultivating it out.
Yeah.
I botched mine, and that ended up going into a pad of fermented blocks, which was super. Yeah, like no, it was just fucked. I was like, okay, great. I just wasted a plate on that. Perfect. But
you gotta murder strains, man.
That's what happens. Sometimes you just gotta like duke it out. So it is what it is, and so I never spoke to it. I never gave it any review because there's no review to give. But you look at Andrew talking about that almond oyster that he got from Ryan.
Yeah.
It's beautiful fruit. Beautiful fruit.
Yeah.
He had great success over there and completely transparent. So it's, you know, like it's great to see people, you know, having that ability, that human ability, that isn't so like locked into a capitalist mindset of like, I did this, or like, I have this, or this is my brand.
Yeah.
You know, like if you know where it comes from, you know, at least you can trace things back, or like you can right wrongs or find issues. Like I found that people, when it comes to, for instance, right out of the gate, off the top of my head, black pearls.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, like black pearls, like it grows incredible. It's tenacious.
Yeah.
I would call that like more of like a one fruit strain.
Yep.
I wouldn't keep it around your room more than after your first harvest because of the damage that it'll probably do to your block come harvesting.
Yeah.
You're just going to have like a massive substrate that's susceptible to something else hanging around waiting for the next one. But you know, like too much water sitting on top of it. Now you have cat mutation.
Yeah.
You know, like, so everyone's like wondering, like, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? It's like, okay, well, like just this one strain has now given light to an issue that you might have inside of your grow room.
Yeah.
You know, like,
or inside of the raw materials, you know, like I was talking to Corey about that like 2 nights ago. I was like, it's amazing. And this is not on a recording. It was just him and I talking, but I was just like, it's really far out how like these particular phenotypes really grow entirely different mushrooms, not only week to week, month to month, day to day in one location, but when you ship a block from, as you know, from A to B, B is getting different results from you, you know, and you're like, holy shit. Was it the shipping? Was it the cool down before the fruiting? I don't know what it was, you know. But there's so many strange things people are starting to see with these things, especially as we start to push towards, spreading these things and specializing and saying, yeah, I can supply you with fruits, or I can supply you with spawn, or I can supply you with substrate. You know, it's pretty cool.
When you were referring to King Blues, were you referring to what I might know as North Spore's PO15?
Which is green, which is our POCNS, which is not King Blue. It's not Andrew's strain. This is that like weird contradiction. And this is where like Northspore has done this bizarre thing of like renaming these things. It's King Blue from Andrew is King Blue. Their PO15 I gave to them. They named it green and changed it to PO15. That's ours. So like there's no connection between that.
But it's not Andrew's.
No. But
that's Bizarro Land.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it here and now. That was like, that's an old strain, man. What's that?
No, we're talking about it. Let's talk about it. Let's dig.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you there. Yeah, no, and that's the part that I find extremely interesting about this is you have these complicated phenotypes that everybody says, oh man, they look weird, and that must mean they're the same. Just because like a blue oyster forms very wavy, strange primordial caps and then turns into like these, you know, really kind of perfect caps in the end, and because multiple phenotypes do that doesn't mean they're representative of one another or even remotely connected from, you know, dikaryotic sort of connections. You know, they're completely different. And this is that strange factoid that I always get crossed with, is like, so you're talking about King Blue and you're talking about PO green, and then you're talking about POCNS, and then you're talking about PO15. Like, you got 2 fucking completely different phenotypes there. Put them on a goddamn dish. They're not the same, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
And even though, you know, phenotypically the same strain can definitely not mutate into the same sort of mesh on a plate after certain numbers of expansions. It's still not expressive in even a DNA sequencing test of the same thing whatsoever.
Now, but I mean, I think it's obvious because you're running one and not the other.
Yeah.
Which you're partial to. What other weird, cool stuff does Maine Cap and Stem coming out right now? Because I'm running, and I gotta thank Tyler. He sent me some spawn the other day.
Oh, cool. Good.
So in my grow room right now, I'm running P001, P015. Then I've got your blue.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing your Namico.
Cool.
I've got a chestnut that comes from North Spore.
Yep.
A chestnut that comes from you. I have doing the Shimafurries.
Yep.
From both sides, and then I got a Shimafurry that came out of Georgia. And what else am I doing? I've got I've got LE2.
Okay. Where's Ellie?
Yeah.
What is LE2? Is that Northspore?
LE2 or LE3, whatever Northspor's cranking out. They send us one each week.
Oh, okay.
So whatever they're normally sending us, and then we did the Hericium americanum from you guys.
Yep.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
I'll stop for just a moment and talk about that one because the Hericium americanum they have for a Maine Cap has been really fun because when it grows, it grows down. I don't know if it's necessarily like in the placement where we're putting them in the room, which is really high up in the room, but they're reaching down almost like cylindrically for like 16 inches or so.
Interesting.
So they're developing like almost like a sea sponge.
Yeah.
So like I have these chefs in Detroit that are doing weird things with them. They're starting to like freeze dry them and then oil coat them.
Whoa.
And then air fry them and then serving them like on dashis.
Damn.
As like a whole like thing.
Yeah.
It's just the way the carpophore like the way the mushroom grows.
Yeah.
Is so different than say Hericium arenaceus.
Yeah.
Like it's not thick. It has all these negative spaces where oil and water and marinade and heat can move through. It's just such a different mushroom. It's such a fantastic strain. If anyone's listening, like if you haven't tried Maine Cap's Hericium americanum, give it a shot. It's going to go real pink right out of the gate. Not that big of a deal. It's just, I think to me, it's just a sign of being really healthy and tenacious.
Well, I'm trying to remember if that strain is from. I have to look at the lock code on it because my brain ain't working tonight after a couple Pabst Blue Ribbons and a little bit of Bullet. But it's that is either from Andrew Collier Reed or it is from Mycelia. It's one or the two, but Tyler brings in so many different strains and expresses so many different weird expansions for different people that we always told ourselves we'd never get ourselves in that pickle of like having too many phenotypes, but now we're in that pickle because we have like a cryogenic storage system. So we're like, fuck, now we have a lot.
Because you're doing the Jurassic Park thing, so now, fuck it, right?
Yeah, fuck it. You just make more, But yeah, I think the cool part about those Americanum sort of like corally things is exactly what you're saying. Like so many people who cook lion's mane either love it or hate it for the bitterness factor, and they don't take the water out before adding fat. And this really speaks to like how chefs really can manipulate things on a very baseline level to which most mushroom farmers are completely like baffled by. And I continually am baffled by. Every time somebody does something crazy with my mushroom, I'm like, holy fuck, like I can't believe that tastes like that, So that sounds so cool, man, of whatever they're doing. That's
like,
rad.
yeah. you can't write Detroit chefs out of the playbook yet, man. They're still doing some weird stuff.
They're still kicking.
And right past that, we're running your maitake strain right now.
Sweet. Yeah, that's from mycelia.
Yeah, we're super stoked on that one. I know Jordan Gent over at Texas Fungus, he's making some moves on that one. We're trying to get this thing together. So I got mids in the pipeline.
Cool.
You
can do that on soy, dude. We run it on a 50-50 blend.
Just straight 50-50?
Yep. Yeah. It's pretty far out. The combo pellets that Brad created that we sort of have jumped on and partnered with him with for distribution. It's been a world of difference between one and the other in terms of strains. And that one in particular does really well on Master's Mix as well as like a mids mix. But I was really surprised. We've tried it on both.
Would be so proud.
Wait, say that again?
So TR would be so proud.
So proud. I love, he's so embarrassed by the Master Mix thing. He's like, I didn't even name it that, man. I'm like, all right. I mean, fucking take credit. I don't know, man. It's one of those crazy things. Like soy is...
someone's got to hold the torch. We'll let him hold that one.
Yeah, he can have it, dude. Yeah, soy changed the small mushroom farmers' approach towards fruiting and consistency, without a doubt. I mean, soy is mentioned in like some of the oldest mycological texts out there from like, mid 70s and 80s. It's something that like is apparent because that's 90% of the sort of edible arrangement that is the Far East. They all eat. It's soy everything. So of course they're going to use that. They're also almost 100% deforested. So a lot of those phenotypes are sort of born and bred, as Wooter put it on one of those posts online. Oh, well, I made that post about the JC today. And he's like, yeah, I think it was probably born and bred on soy. And he's right. Like most of those phenotypes coming from China are fucking totally soy lovers, and I can assume that maitake from mycelia came somewhere from China.
It's been interesting to watch like farms of a smaller nature start to really come up with their own maitake programs.
Yeah.
As compared to say like what I would call like the shiny beacon over there would be Shogun.
Yeah.
Maitake. But like they're running their fruits in that room for 105 days.
Yeah.
And I got buddies that are, even Jordan, he's telling me the other day that he's getting primordial formation less than 4 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Jordan, if you didn't want me to talk about that, but I'm just saying you're the man. For these things to be expedited, these companies, these larger companies like Shogun, they're selling, these things at wholesale, at about $9 or $10 a pound.
Right.
And it is their clinical aim to get this down to, $3 a pound, so it can be accessible for everyone.
Right.
And now I'm not going to say like, hey, what the hell, you're screwing up for the rest of us, because they may have figured it out and they could, disenfranchise someone else from bringing a product to the market, at a more reasonable, livable price for production.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's apples to oranges. The substrate that comes off of a lab like that, producing like a 1 pound fruit or a 0.9 fruit or a 0.13 fruit is so much different.
Yeah.
Than say handing a chef a 7 or 8 pound cluster or a 3 pound cluster. They're two different things. I think there's a market for either side.
Yeah.
And more than anything, even if they can get it down to a price that's that low,
right,
I doubt that they can get the shipment into the areas where at home, homegrown farmers, small mushroom farms can figure it out.
Yeah.
It's like they don't travel like nuts and bolts. Like they travel like mushrooms. So.
Oh man, I mean maitake in particular too. They have this like flavor and smell that changes, like more so than any other mushroom. Like that umami-esque weirdness, the peppery strangeness. Every strain is completely different in that regard. And like I think it was Neil Brent who was comparing the Shogun to that maitake that we have from Mycelia, and the Shogun's definitely slower to fruit, whereas the one from us, the Mycelia, is a lot faster to fruit, especially if you're going to do them both on soy, or some sort of soy combo, and the flavor profile, everything's just different. And it expresses the fact that like your whole setup has to be sort of geared towards this one mushroom, which is largely why you see maitake farms. Look at like what Mycopia did in your neck of the woods when they took over Gary's old spot. Gary, the man with the fucking goddamn silver bullet of the cultivation technique for morels. Whatever happened in the whole dramatic nature of that, he got really good at maitake. And basically the dudes from Mycopia saw him as a formidable competitor, and they bought him out and they implanted bottles there, and they still do maitake in the same manner. And you can already buy them for, between $5 and $7 a pound from Mycopia. Not bottled, but bagged.
Super psyched.
Yeah.
No, the good people at Mycopia are just fine. And yeah, like I'm with you, like their particular breed of maitake is very peppery.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, I do like Kuro a lot.
Yeah.
And I also enjoy eating Mycopia's version of it. I just personally I have like a dissentiment towards bottle farming.
Yeah.
So like, it's just like going back to like when I was in that grocery store, when I was looking at the mushrooms from Pennsylvania and Canada, that was my aha moment. Like we could do it better right here in Michigan.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until maybe 2 or 3 years after GMI opened their northern Michigan spot, and Mycopia started doing their stuff over there. And turns out it's much larger than their California operation.
Much larger.
That's when I started really realizing, like I wasn't the only person with the same idea. Like, okay, let's fight Canada on import.
Yeah.
Obviously they were there for a reason. They've been around since like 1977 in California. So it's like, yeah, between the doctoral degree staff and the money and the lenders, like, yeah, they're going to have like a real upsy daisy against us. But
yeah,
like at the end of the day, like they're a bottle farm and we're not. And a lot of places are column farms and we're not. Everyone's going to be doing their own thing.
They also have to chase a different margin. They've caught on to the clamshell side.
They've started. Okay, so they recently hit all the Costco's in Michigan.
Yeah.
So they got all the Costco's, and now they're branching out into different grocers, and that's fine. To me for now, I guess.
Yeah.
Because like that's not like really a market that we're operating in. Like when it comes to restaurants, all that good stuff, like we're still doing just fine.
Yeah.
When it comes to like expanding these places, like you can't have two places at once.
Right.
So now they're starting to have, from what I hear, and I don't know if this is something that's happening in California, but they're trying to like get other mushroom farmers in the state of Michigan to like broker their mushrooms through them because they already have like these pathways?
Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
yeah. Do you ever see
Mycopia is
like
trying
that?
to make it super available for even you to buy Mycopia mushrooms, and distribute those mushrooms.
Which, I mean, like going back to like what we previously talked about, like, like when you don't have enough,
Yeah,
it's not wrong to reach out and then fill the void as long as you can still be that contact person and keep your accounts open or whatever. I would hope that one would reach out to another local farmer
that's what I was
and
gonna say. Yeah, that's
you know,
something I try to
but
push
like,
all the time. Just like find the other
but
farm in your area.
right. So, but like at the same time, now they're in Michigan, and I not to really talk smack here, but like technically that's a Michigan product, so that like flies just the same as say my product or anyone else's product.
For
Like when it
sure.
comes to like, oh, it's Michigan grown. What they don't know is the trials and tribulations and the deconstruction of the pallet wood and the years and years of driving around trying to figure out how the hell to do this thing and like how the artisan process.
Yeah.
um, Really the difference maker when it comes to Michigan made on that label is that they came from California and they dropped a big old spot right up on top and
Yeah.
they came in with guns blaring. That's cool. If they want to fight Canada, that's cool. I just it's just odd.
Yeah,
It's just
you're in a
odd.
particular
The
battleground for sure.
face against Goliath. I have
Yeah.
friends on the West Coast too that like will provide me with some information and some tips and tricks to like elevate like what we're doing here
Yeah.
because like I said like from the get it was, can we do a better job than Pennsylvania and Canada?
Right.
I just didn't see California showing up.
Yeah. California sort of
And
stays within California. Like speaking of Shima Furry, like the people who brought us that brought us that was Hokuto Kanoko. So like, you don't see those sort of bagged products ending up in too many farmers sort of local areas. You see them in like big box stores occasionally, but they always seem to run out. And I don't really know if it's just that California's a suck for all of that, or if it's really that the distribution networks are not as diverse, and maybe that's why Mycopia came sort of east. I don't know.
I think they probably came east just to try and fight Canada. Like, I mean, it's like a blockade,
Yeah.
really. I mean, like they're in a pretty good spot where they could easily, from a port city, put stuff down to Canada, where they have great distribution districts,
Yeah.
down to Chicago, and New York's on the other side. Like, I mean, that's it's some big boy shit.
It
It's
is.
it just is what it is. You're getting into Wooter territory.
I love
But I
talking
would,
to that dude about this stuff because truthfully, it's bizarre. Like I was trying to get across the point to him the other day that it's not get across, but exemplify the difference of in America, finding raw materials is paramount. And for him, it's like you just dial 1-800 need hardwood sawdust and it shows up in a bag, perfectly kiln dried. Like there's this interesting dynamic between that availability and then the difference between block producers, for instance. Like we work with people week to week, month to month, year to year, whereas like a big joint like CNC Exotics, they project years out in terms of their reach for customers. And that's just the planning for most EU farms that buy in substrate. They say, okay, this is 12 months of production. We're going to put this in for you. Here's your deposit, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't function here yet. So it's really like we are still in Wild West territory because it's also, we're much larger in general when you think about the fractal nature of like all of these EU countries jammed together trying to fight distribution movements.
are there distribution movements that farms on your side of the country are fighting?
Mostly like the lack of distribution, right? I don't know how much you see of this if you're shipping blocks out to customers, but one of the biggest issues we run across right now, especially since COVID, doesn't matter if it's a FTL of pellets or substrate or whatever, it's the fact that like there really is no cost savings at any point right now. If I'm trying to get a truck from Missouri to here, it's $5,000 no matter what. When in the summer before COVID, it was like 1,200 to 2,800. And it's just fucking five. Oh, you want to argue with 5,000? Now it's 5,400. Fuck yourself. So those distribution lines are extremely non-negotiable. Whereas like in somewhere like in the Netherlands, like in Wouter's case, it's much different. And it's because it's smaller and they're also subsisting off of, say, the flower industry where those trolleys come from, where there's a lot more cold distribution cycles and networks. Whereas we don't really have that here. We just meet dead ends, and even as companies as big as FedEx, they'll dry hump all the way back to a location to bring a full truckload somewhere else. There's like this lack of fulfillment, organization, and logistical connections here that is striking. And it's probably why there's a lack of development in terms of the availability of these raw materials, for instance. Like, what the fuck? Look at the hardwood fuel pellet thing. The minute Canada stopped incentivizing the use of, or the Netherlands, for instance, the use of pellet stoves, the pellet manufacturers went under. There's 3 pellet mills in Maine for sale. They've been for sale for like 3 years now, ever since that happened.
Tell the guy in Michigan last year theirs burnt down. That was a burden.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that happened twice here. It's crazy. Pellet mills are dangerous.
Turns out fuel pellet mills can catch on fire.
Ignition.
I'd say the general state of mushroom growing at the medium-large scale is rough all over, but in its own particular ways, in its own particular kinds, and in its own particular sorts. I'd be hard pressed to say that the mushrooms don't sell themselves. I'd also be hard pressed to say that the mushrooms don't grow themselves.
Right.
But there's so much stand-up work that has to happen between how you get your raw materials, the quality of your water, and trucking and gassing, all that. It's all bonk, really. There are places too, like I've seen recently that are, especially like I try to stay out of like the forums.
Sure.
I got banned from mushroom growing for beginners and experts like a month ago.
Did you really? For what?
Yeah, just for speaking my mind. Like, I don't know, like I was just talking, and then everyone flamed me because they're like, "Oh, this guy just like he like let's just do it all his way, and this and that." And like, okay, you're the worst kind of person. Like, dude, like I'm just trying to make sure you guys don't step in front of traffic.
Right.
And so like it's been hard for me to really stop people from like buying these, I don't want to say combo pellets, but like there are a few manufacturers and distributors that are like really price gouging, in my opinion.
Yeah.
When it comes to pellets.
Oh my God, man. I mean, I can name them, and we're trying our hardest not to. We're like,
right.
It's really difficult.
Like, I'm not saying names out loud, but like if you're listening, cut it out. Because Tractor Supply or 3 phone calls can land you in a place where you can find pellets for, $4, $5 per 40-pound bag. And it just breaks my heart watching people try to enter the industry or enter the hobby, and like the prices that they're getting are like 4 times that amount.
Sure.
But before shipping, like what's the quickest way to dissuade someone from embarking on the journey that you've taken, I've taken, and so many other people that are great have taken? Cost.
Yeah.
And like, it just, like, if that is what the internet prescribes them because of their trials and tribulations and, through the forums, oh, we need master mix. Okay. So I need hardwood fuel pellet and I need soybean hulls. Okay. So soybean pellets are now, $18 for a bag plus shipping.
Right.
I'll tell you what, from my shipping perspective, 40 pounds shipped is not cheap.
No. No, and one of the major differences we've seen is like the difference between certified organic and not. And that's truthfully what becomes the hardest part. And that's where when you buy these combo pellets, they're certified fucking organic. That is not something anybody else is offering. And I'm not even trying to sell the shit. We use the shit. It's if there's a push there to just monetize of it. It's like the barbecue pellet thing picking up where the wood industry is leaving off, or the grass seed industry taking off, in terms of pelletization. It's all these weird facets that go into it that inflate that price like you wouldn't believe. And the only reason why Tractor Supply can supply hardwood fuel pellets for $4 or $5 a bag is because of their distribution networks and their cycles and their buying power. They're purchasing in fucking millions of metric tons of that every year, coupled with the ownership in some of these other businesses, to make them so vertically tied together that the mills aren't even making money. That's where you see them going bankrupt, unless they try to diversify, And when it comes to the mushroom substrate specifically, I think that there's extreme value in it, but there's also there's a push to just make a lot of money. And just so I can put this out there in the air. My goal is not really to make mushroom on those or make money on the combo pellets. I really hope that some giant ass industrial juggernaut comes along and goes, "Why the fuck aren't we making these?" And then they do for half the fucking cost that I can get them made for. Therefore, fuck yeah. There it goes. Plummet it out, Because you're right.
Yeah.
Man, that cost savings is huge.
If there was a single source or multiple single sources for, such a thing, and I didn't have to, if there was a way for me to get that directly to my farm without having say go to the mill.
Yeah.
In bulk, of course, it just totally makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
I mean, we do this stuff for the cannabis world, right? Like you're saying, there's this unspoken sort of thing between people who have used the mushroom compost as soil amendment, and they're like, holy shit, that's it, And then there's simultaneously the availability of these higher priced, but not that high priced soil amendments, like the pro mixes of the organic world, that are still affordable for the cash crop that cannabis is, right? So the fact is, mushrooms are even a more legitimate career path, if you will, to sustainable income if you do it appropriately, yet there isn't the availability of these raw materials yet. And it's still this supply and demand issue, which is integral to going forward. It's making this stuff available. But fuck, man, does it take a ton of money to properly distribute through those channels? It's crazy. Why the fuck doesn't every hardware store have a master mix? It should.
Yeah, I mean, moving forward, there needs to be places, maybe some places that can get some sort of badge.
Yeah.
And we carry this, or that might be something to bring up in the forums. But
yeah, going back to the forums though, those are tough worlds to enter, dude. You can't enter that shit.
There's 36,000 members in there, and you come in there with I'll walk in there with my say, and then I get shat on, and it's okay, sorry for helping.
Yeah, no, I don't bother, dude. 150,000 people on that mushroom grower. So you're like, oh God, no.
Yeah, no, just it's 6 ways to Sunday, man. I get told I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
And I'm the person that they don't want to talk to. I get booted, and then a bunch of people come to my aid and they say like, "Why did you kick Brian out? What the fuck?" Like, and then 2 hours later I'm back in. It's like,
oh God,
why am I spending my time here?
Yeah. You got to do it within your own company, you know.
Sure, yeah. Like, no, that's the thing though. Like, I appreciate conversations like with like you and Corey and with Wooter and with TR and Jordan and the guys over at Mother Fungi.
Yeah.
Over there and
best fucking farm name, hands down.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude. You should see all.
Oh shit, I'm losing you a little bit. You dipping in and out?
Sorts of all. You got me. I got you. You got me.
Well, I think it's safe to say. Yeah, well, I got you now. Yeah, you just came back in. So what were you saying in terms of Mother Fungi? On the fucking road,
I was saying,
so we don't have to deal with these blips and air frequencies.
Of steel shells the other day for free. You still there?
Oh shit, we'll try it again, yeah?
Hello?
Hey, I'm still here. You there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Oh, cool. Sweet. Oh, yeah, I don't know. You're turning into a robot for some reason. I don't know why. I was like...
Well, it's because it's Motor City, baby.
It's Motor City.
And that's where RoboCop is from.
It gives you that robotic voice. All right, so wait, let's try it one more time. Mother Fungi.
So Mother Fungi, I was saying that I was talking to him earlier, and he was saying that he got a ton of steel racks for free.
Oh yeah.
And that was just like one of those wins, one of those myco wins, where like what someone's trash maybe is like another person's treasure.
Dude, our fucking retort, right, came from this like junkyard in Chula Vista. I fucking saw that shit on eBay and was like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's basically half of everything that we own. I feel like that's most of everything that everyone owns. Is like, it was never meant for this industry. It was never meant to be mushroom farming equipment, but here we are. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Exactly. But everyone should agree that Mother Fungi is probably the best name on the market.
Yeah.
For 2020.
What were they before Mother Fungi? It was a different company, right? They rebranded.
They rebranded.
This is how good that fucking name is. I don't even remember what their other name was.
It's like, I can't remember what it was. Like it's ghosted out, whatever the hell they were talking about before.
I didn't know I was talking to the same person sometimes. I was like, oh, fucking Mother Fungi. And then they'd like send it. They were like, stoked to get your genetics. And I was like, who the fuck are you? I was like, what?
Yeah, he was sending me some great videos and pictures of this agaricus plant that was out his way.
Oh yeah?
Like a couple months ago, like just like this total abandoned operation.
Oh wow.
And he was just kind of like walking through it and checking it out. It's just like all these like just hundreds of feet of rusted like conveyor belts and like all this equipment and all these boilers and like all these racks, and it's just like, oh God, like if we had just had access to that, like if the group had known about it like 6 or 7 years ago,
Yeah.
like, you know, like how that thing could have gotten parted up.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, it makes you wonder, like, capitalism goes to show you that like there are these big enough places that will do it and employ people to do a bunch of stuff, and then when they leave, they have no exit plan of like where that equipment goes. I mean, there's video and pictures of retorts that are, you know, just as sizable as the next, you know, like usable equipment that just got left there, and the roofs are caved in, and everything's just all trashed.
Dude, one of the first places we looked to expand into was this chicken processing facility in somewhere in between Portland, Maine and here. And we were coming out of Westbrook, which is right outside of Portland, Maine, just going north and looking at spots. It's like brand new looking fucking blue building, like, you know, 50,000 square foot spot with like, I think it had 500 acres attached to it, which was this weird convoluted thing in which we didn't go after it. And, you walked inside and it was like still chicken bones, feathers, and parts in the gutters and all the rusted equipment in the world. And yeah, the roof was caved in because some fucking like hobo couple like had a fire up top and like it burned through the roof, and they squirted water in. Well, the fucking roof tiles were still like caved in. I was like, that's what you're saying. There's like this, there was no exit strategy. What the fuck? You know, it's just still here. It's built for one thing and one thing only. And we're sort of like on the, we're on the weird end of that, where we're stealing shit from like pharmaceutical industries. We're taking stuff from the flower or the other ag industries, even the hydrofogger. We wouldn't have hydrofoggers if it wasn't for fucking weed growing, you know? There's so many little aspects. I love the fact that we like hijack a lot of that stuff, you know?
It's really strange, but it also illuminates the difference between I think the industry that we operate in, and then that next level. Yeah. You know, like we are not them and they are not us.
For sure. No.
And I think that the products are a testament of that.
Yeah. Yeah, like you were saying before, the drive to get my take down to $4 or $5 a pound might be their goal, but it doesn't mean that we have to match that. Like on any level of these smaller medium farms, you know, like there should be no sort of effort to be like, oh fuck, I gotta sell it $1 a pound. You're like, why? You know?
Right. Or you know, like catching a quarter pound of oyster mushrooms at the market that's been, you know, packed with cellophane,
right,
or whatever, you know, for $3.54 a pound or a quarter pound.
Yep.
You know, and that grew and it was harvested, and that was a day. And there was a day on a truck, and then a day inside of a facility, then another day in another facility in a truck, and then it ended up on the shelf, and a few days of it sitting there.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to go through all that rabble-roux. Like, why don't you just deal with a mushroom farmer that's closer to you,
right,
and seek out a source, you know, that where it literally goes from grow room to pack to, you know,
your mouth,
your table.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At honestly, a competitive price and or better.
For sure.
So, I mean, slowly, I think that as mushroom farms will emerge, that'll start to upend that a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously have the ability to play a little bit with what they can charge.
Yep.
But at the same time, they're dealing with semi trucks and we're not. So
right.
They're paying people their expenses that just don't exist.
Yeah.
They're two different things. They're just two different things.
They totally are, man. I mean, so look, you guys are in this interesting spot that I really hadn't on a geographical sense equated. You're dealing with this sort of Canadian aspect. You have Mycopia pushing in. You have a bunch of smaller farms in and around. I remember really like having a great relationship with Chris and Deanna from Detroit Mushroom Factory and like their whole path through this thing, and they've since closed. Farms are closing and opening and expanding and contracting. What do you really see as your guys' future in this sort of thing? Are you even thinking that far, or are you really just are you just hoping to keep growing and still maintain on fucking karma, baby?
Girl.
Oh.
No, girl. No, the way I look at it is like, no, I have a ton of friends in the culinary industry in Southeast Michigan as a whole.
Yeah.
So, like, as someone who produces produce, my first want and need is to make them the happiest clams in the creek.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that all my chefs are satisfied, and I want to make sure that we can give the best possible mushrooms to Southeast Detroit, Southeast Michigan. Would be a better way to put it. And the whole region. That's like my immediate focus is to, from Ann Arbor all the way to Kalamazoo, up to Rochester Hills, all the way down to Ohio. That's kind of like the zone that I operate in.
Sure.
So like the southeast portion of the Lower Peninsula, that's my immediate aim. I want to bring up the capacity that what we offer allows for us to never take any of our accounts by the wayside. So like I don't ever want to offer anyone like a class 2 mushroom. I want to give everyone a class 1 mushroom, like
yeah.
I want everyone to have the best that they possibly can. And then right past that, probably get into Chicago. Like I've got lots of friends in Chicago, a lot of chef friends in Chicago. I would like to see ourselves over there.
Yeah.
I think that when it comes to a product, when it comes to recognition, it isn't necessarily the right idea, in my case, to bring my mushrooms to grocer per se.
Mm-hmm.
But I would rather see my mushrooms that I've taken so much love and time and appreciation towards, and I want to see them in these great restaurants
yeah.
that are in Chicago, these great restaurants that are in New York, these great restaurants that are in Minneapolis and in Cleveland. My company's approach, the mushroom end of it, the farm end of it, is truly to bring the best product we possibly can cultivate and give it to these restaurants, these kitchens, these chefs, in the best possible condition, available to us.
Yeah.
Will we get into doing more stuff on a bulk side? Like, say, if someone wants, 500 pounds of mushrooms for me, just shipped to God knows where, maybe. That's not really what I'm looking for. I kind of follow what Will's got going on over on the west side. Like he operates more of a bread and butter system.
Yeah, him and Alex, that's their spot.
So it's like, when you have 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 accounts that can run, $200, $300, $400 worth of mushrooms a week.
Yeah.
With a few people running those routes and yourself involved, and you switch it up. So, like the personality of our mushroom company, the personality of like who we are and what we've always been as a produce company, as a mushroom company, like I've asked these chefs, like, why do you buy mushrooms from me?
Yeah.
Why don't you just buy it from these other guys? And they say, well, because of you. And I said, why me? And they're like, because you're fun. you come in and like you hang out and we shoot the shit and I know the names of their kids, and I ask how they are, and
Yeah.
It's just like, how far and wide can you take these bread and butter accounts before you have to hand it off to distribution?
Right.
Or can you portion a part of a segment of your territory that could have never been part of your distribution if you were to spend time with these accounts? It's like, I don't know exactly what will happen to us.
Yeah.
The future, I believe, wholly is unwritten, but I'm going to do my best to continue bringing the best products to the companies that have supported us over the years, and especially over the pandemic, which I'd say all but 3 are still alive, and that's super cool.
That's amazing.
Moving into the future, broader distribution into Canada, and bringing stuff into Windsor and New York, Chicago, again, Minneapolis, and places like Cleveland that are there.
Yeah.
That's all stuff that is probably in the next 1 to 2 years.
Fuck yeah.
That's where I would like us to be personally on my end of the company. As far as the block side of the company, just continuing to help local farms within the lower peninsula of Michigan, in Ohio, etc. If they're already buying from us and they want to increase, we're going to help them do that.
Yeah.
I don't really have enough time to do too much consulting.
Yep.
But what I can do is, I'm more than happy to offer help and advice to anyone that buys from us.
Yeah.
It's just, the big thing is getting mushrooms into people's hands, or getting mushrooms into people's mouths, really.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I just want everyone to eat mushrooms. That better helps our cause. I guess if I was a corn broker or someone who grew corn, I would say I want everyone to eat corn.
We used to buy fucking wheat middlings from McGarry's down in Pennsylvania, and the dude used to always pick up there, I forget his name, but he used to always say, y'all fuckers ain't eating pretzels anymore. You ain't no brand. And I was just like, Jesus Christ, man. I didn't realize pretzel eating was top priority. I'll eat more fucking pretzels.
Oh, shit.
Pretty fucking good, man.
I want our company to go in obviously an onward and upward direction.
Yeah.
I think that that's not going to be a problem. I've been enough friends, and we've supplied enough great mushrooms to great chefs, and they've been available for great dinners who've been enjoyed by great people. Sometimes people with money, and sometimes people who are eating a $4 sandwich. So it doesn't matter exactly where it goes, but so happenstance, we're just trying to take it to the next level, and we try to operate as a debt-free company, and we try to always do more than we did before. So it's in my nature, and Randen's nature, and in Paul's nature to take this to the next step. No matter what step we're at, we want to take it to the next step. So, we're not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Even if it turns into us not taking a paycheck.
Yeah.
Which I haven't taken a paycheck in a long time. Neither is Randen.
We're all used to that, We're in it to win it. If you're okay with that fact right there.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you can get on with it, that's another thing. If you want to get into mushroom farming, get used to that. It's more oftenly found than not.
Yeah.
And it's not I don't want that to come off like there's a bunch of rich kids that are growing mushrooms and they can just afford to do it.
No.
That is not the case. They either side hustle the shit out of something, or they figured out something.
One of my I have to equate it to travel. Like when I was younger, I traveled a lot. I traveled like throughout Europe. I traveled all over the States. I went everywhere, but I slept on park benches and I fucking got rides and I flew thumbs and I fucking jumped on trains. I never had this like anticipated moment of like, I got enough money to travel. And I have so many friends now who like, they're like, you know, have kids or kids or friends of mine that are slightly younger. They're like, I just want to travel, but I don't have the money. And I'm like, it must be a personality thing to just say, if you got enough, get up and go, you can get up and gone, you know? And that's the same mentality that goes into fucking business owning and mushroom farming. Your fucking money doesn't stop you, you know?
And the thing is that once you have a mushroom farm, you can't get up and travel.
No, it's true.
That's boys and girls, that is 100% out of the running.
If you got the travel bug, get the fuck gone.
Yeah. Yeah, you think we have a travel ban now? You start a mushroom farm, you ain't going nowhere.
It's true, man.
Not even for 3 days.
Yeah, Eric Milligan the other day called himself the farm steward, and he's like, every farm needs a farm steward, and I was like, oh shit, you're right. It's just true.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's why we want to purchase the land that we're on right now, and eventually, pop a house or two on there. But like, I mean, I'd be more hastened to pop a trailer up and, you know, offer an employee like a double full standing position. Like, hey, could you please make sure nothing freezes? Hey, could you please make sure that anyone who shows up is a person that needs to be here?
Yeah.
It's just, you know, like, the future is unwritten. And when it comes to having a mushroom farm, like, it's so unwritten.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that your future is unwritten or my future is unwritten or, Mother Fungi's future is unwritten. We're all making this up as we go.
Hell yeah, we are.
We are. And like, as time and money and equipment permits us, we can make those next steps. Like, you got that fancy, crazy vacuum situation.
Right.
Tell me about that.
Right. You want to know all about it?
I want to know all about it.
It's fucking far out, dude. It's just stolen from the pharmaceutical industry, right? And Tyler,
another borrowed thing.
Yeah, that totally is. You know, and that I'll go into that, but like the future unwritten thing is fascinating because it expresses the personalities that function best in this climate, you know? And like you and I, we both have those fantasies of selling nuts and bolts because the concept is very enticing. You're like, that shit don't rot. It doesn't have to be refrigerated. You know, it doesn't need cool air, warm air, moist air, anything.
Put it on a shelf and when it sells, it sells.
I think about it all the time. I'm like, if I could just make one motorcycle a year or one surfboard a year or just these like funny concepts that business owners like lose sleep over. They're like, that would be fucking sweet, you know? But the alternative is devising a plan to keep doing what you're doing because you're doing something that's fucking way bigger than you. And that's why that future is unwritten. And I think that's so cool, you know? And that's like, it brings me back to that vacuum thing. Like, this fucking whole industry is not a vacuum. It's the polar opposite. Right. And it's just exploding in this really peculiar way that is, it's like these conversations. Everybody wants to know, including you, I think, asked, what's the format for this podcast? And I was like, fuck, if I could make a format, you know, there is no format. It's very hard to even distinguish what the deep dives down the road will be after these like first 40-ish recordings, you know. All I know is the conversations have to be had, and I'd be stoked if people listen to it, you know. But I digress. The vacuum fucking sterilization system. Unreal, dude. It changed our scope, just like I'm sure you guys are sort of going from this fast up to temp, hold temp, drop temp in about, 2 hours to atmospheric steaming if you're going to go that route. That's more of like, a 6 to 10 hour thing if you're not using a retort or you're not using a sealed vacuum tight environment. So a year ago now, I sent Tyler over to Belgium to go visit mycelia. And I couldn't go at the time. My wife was sick. She was dying of brain cancer. And I just was like, dude, you figure out how to do this.
My greatest condolences to you, Eric.
Oh, thanks, man. You know, life goes on. And, you know, she was a huge part of the reason we're even still here, because it takes having your asexual or non-sexual muse or your actual wife or whatever to fucking keep going.
She deserves some notoriety for you to be where you're at. And, I know that she was very important to you, and you know, our largest condolences.
Oh, thanks, my man. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, and without people like her and remembering, you know, the concept of like what you were saying, like, you know, those initial first years where you just kept producing and you probably slept like a couple hours in between a week. Like we just slept on a farm given to us by, well, I think my business partner had a friend who was getting rid of some furniture, and finally a piece of furniture ended up at the farm. And we would just take a nap in between clicking that fucking button on that goddamn sauna steamer over and over because we didn't know how to hotwire the fucker. Yeah, man. We just in fucking like smoke. Steam is billowing out the building. Somebody slams on the door at 3 a.m. and it's the cops, and they're like, you open the door and it looks like a bong rip just unloaded out the fucking front. And the cops are like, whoa, anticipating a smell, but no, it's just steam. And they're like, what are you guys doing in there? And I'm like, would you like a tour? And they're like fearful to even say yes, you know? Yeah. They're like, I don't even know if I want to fucking be in here. Yeah. I don't even remember their names. I was too tired. Oh man. You know, this is like digression upon digression, but I got pulled over once going from that farm in Westbrook to this, like, you know, hot box where all the pizzas are in this cool spot called, I think it was Corsetti's or something. And it's been a long while, but I pulled into the parking lot and I was just trying to like reset. I was like looking at my phone. I hadn't slept in quite a while. I think I crashed my car like not too soon after that. And this cop comes flying into the parking lot and blocks my car. I'd been sitting in my car for like 40 minutes because I looked at the clock and was like, this is going to get weird. And the cop screams, get the fuck out of the car. And I was like, oh, he's talking to me. So I like get out of the car and he's like, stay right there. He was like, do you have any fucking idea how fast you were going? And I was like, well, I was going like nowhere because I've been sitting here for 45 minutes. And he was like, fuck you were. I just clocked you at X amount, fucking blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And meanwhile, like the whole of this like gas station pizza spot comes out and they're just staring at him. And even the fucking lady who owns it is like, he's been there since fucking 4 o'clock. I don't know why you're trying to fucking give him a hard time. Go inside. So the cop's screaming at everybody at this point, and I was like moseying towards him, and then I decided to just go sit down. So I just I'm tired as fuck, you know, and I just open up my door and I just sit there. He's like doing something. He's like, you just stay right there. And I was like, you got it, buddy. And he goes back into his car. He's doing something on his computer or is jerking off or who the fuck knows what. And he closes his door. He turns off his lights. He backs up and he leaves. And I was just standing there and I was like, what the fuck? And everybody was like, where did he go? And I was like, I don't know. And that was the last time I ever saw that cop. But he almost got me in my like sleep deprived early farm craziness. I should have just been like, yeah, I was going too fast just to get it over with. But instead I was like, fuck this guy.
We used to have a bunch of like, we're a container farm.
Yeah.
So we, in earlier days, we had like all sorts of like different colored containers up on a hill. And like, you know, like every
clearly
like,
you're
4
growing
months
weed,
or so,
man.
Right. So like, especially when you start dropping like propane tanks and like every like other week a new container shows up on top of this fucking hill. We had this dude show up once, Officer Rich from the Northfield Police Department, and he's like, hey, what's up? We're like, nothing. What are you doing? Building a driveway? And we're like, no. And he's like, okay. And I was like, you want to take a look? And he's like, sure. And I was like, okay, now we're showing him.
Oh,
so we showed him pretty much like 1 1/2 empty containers. Like I think we had like our that Italian autoclave just chilling there, and then just a couple other bonk stuff, and then give it like a year, and I get pulled over. I'm going 5 or 6 over transporting compost from the back of the truck to a different farm in the area, and I get pulled over, and he's like, "Hey, pull over here." I was like, yeah, sure, okay. And I don't even know what he's talking about. I'm like, So I missed where he's talking about. I ended up like pulling in some other spot, which was like even narrower. He wanted me to pull over because it was kind of narrow and like 55 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So he wanted me to pull in a turnout. Well, I missed that, and I went like another 1.5 miles down. And he came over. And he's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, yeah, my bad. And he's like, "Just slow it down, man." I was like, "Hey, Officer Rick." And he's like, "Officer Rich." And I was like, "Yeah, Officer Rich, cool. Brian McShane, mushroom company down the way." And he looks at me and he's like, "Yeah, slow it down." And then, then like a year later, he shows up again, like, and this time we have like actual legitimate employees.
Yeah.
And so like Paul's doing his thing, and he rolls up, and Paul looks at me from a different room. I think I'm like walking out of the lab, and he's like, "Cops are here." So I like walk outside, like, "Hey, what's up?" He's like, "Oh, just on patrol, just hanging out, this and that." I'm like, "Cool, yeah, whatever. You want to look around?" He's like, "Yeah, sure." It's just like, okay, whatever. I showed him everything, and we haven't seen him since. It's like,
yeah,
you're out on agricultural land, and people want to have $1 million houses down the way.
Yeah.
It's kind of up to the police to kind of screw with you.
Oh yeah. To see if you're building a driveway.
dude, seriously, ever since we since had painted all the containers like a flat gray.
Yeah.
And ever since we did that, dude, nothing from the township, nothing from anyone.
Just proves my racist points over and over.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. Hey, here's another thing: if anyone's listening, they want to have a mushroom farm, don't make it look like a raggedy ass jalopy.
No.
Okay, like just keep it tidy, keep your garbage out, and paint it a uniform color. And before you put up a sign, make sure you talk to your township or whatever, because there's probably statutes concerning putting a sign up. We have not put a sign up. Our only sign says no trespassing. That's fine. But if we wanted to put up like Detroit Mushroom Company, that would actually be a whole separate thing. And a lot of people don't think about that.
Dude, it's crazy. Even in cities, it's a thing. There's like a person in a district of a city that walks around looking for new signs to find people on. Like, this is our world, There's
someone in the district over there who's ripe for an ass kicking. But I digress.
Yeah.
I digress.
Well,
I
fucking...
They just want to make a paycheck.
Oh, yeah. Which is totally understandable, man. I just like, it's funny to have those instances. Mark and I used to like alternate pulling the racks at like 4 a.m. when we were using those sauna steamers. And like, we had cops just roll up and like walk in, and you're like, holy fuck. They like scare the shit out of you. The radio goes off and you're like, oh my God, my balls just went up inside of me. But,
tell me about your, sorry to stop you there, but Can you tell me about your experience of sauna steaming? So I feel like this is something that like I've never done.
Yeah.
So like I've never fucked with it, but like it seems like it's a pivotal pivotal part to like people's
development.
Their development from like one part of mushroom growing to the next level. And they're like, use sauna steamers. So like, can we talk about sauna steamers a little bit?
Yeah, man. It's one of those interesting issues, right? Because you have to choose at some point to ask the questions you don't know or have the answers to. You don't even have the question sometimes, but you're like, we'll get a lot of farms even still who are like, so I need a boiler. And I'm like a steam generator. And they're like, so a hot water heater. And I'm like, no. I'm like, something that actively boils small amounts of water really efficiently and creates steam, because you're trying to replace air with steam. And I sort of will go into the whole scenario and in these like smaller conversations with people just getting into this stuff, not even consultation wise, just like, conversation to try to explain it.
Yeah, not to pull you into the finite parts, but like, I guess like what could work? What did you start off with? Yeah.
So that was the initial sort of thing, was to like figure out what created steam, why steam worked, because all you really got initially from like growing gourmet medicinal mushrooms or any of these things was gotta buy a retort, or you have to fucking find some way to fire this retort. We didn't even know what a retort was. We were like, what is the definition of a retort? So I think the first thing that I ever saw in regards to steam going into something was Roger Rabbit on Shroomery, if you're familiar. Some people are, some people aren't. This is like the dude who coined so many different mechanistic approaches to cultivating, saprophytic Basidium ascites in bags with atmospheric steaming. He basically built this double-decker boiler out of two 55-gallon drums. The bottom was basically this. What's that?
Been there.
Yeah. So like, he basically built this little boiler. He had it fired underneath from like a propane burner. It injected steam into this barrel above with this beautifully, like, I copied this thing exactly in our first farm in Arizona. And it worked great, And when I got back to Maine and decided to continue doing this with my now business partner, we were like looking around for like different options. And for some reason, something popped up about sauna steamers. And I think Christopher said something about, why don't we just use a sauna steamer? And this is like in, 2012, I guess. And I was like, well, I don't even know what the fuck, He was like, people build like home saunas all the time. And he's an architect, so he would know this. This is like not knowing the question to the answer thing. And he was like, yeah. So he found some online, and there's many different types of these little like fucking weird sauna steamers, but in essence, they're just an electronic boiler, and they take a small amount of water and they just turn it into steam really fast. And these things will pulsate on and off. That's what we did. First and foremost, we just took one of these things and we just injected it into a barrel with substrate, and we measured the temperatures and we inoculated the substrate that was probably didn't even need to be steam sterilized. There was like no nitrogen in it, right? But it worked great. So this is like on the back porch of Space Gallery in downtown Portland, Maine, and I was building out the farm right below it in this like little brick cavern where fucking, anybody could, like, any bum could have hid for 15 years. You would have never found him. And then we decided to take this to the next level. So we move out to our other facility. We buy multiple steam generators. We pipe them in. And still, these steam generators come with these like octagonal fucking little buttons. And you have to click them because it's only ever going to run for 60 minutes at a time. Somewhere along the line, we found this other controller that wired directly into it where you could sort of set the thing to just run continuously. And we were like, oh, thank fucking God. So these things would just rapid fire. Past a point of expansion, when you go from like doing 50 blocks at a time or 200 blocks at a time, and you're trying to do 500 or 1,000 blocks at a time, you're going to have 4 of these fuckers running so much goddamn electricity, because they all operate on 220 plugs and 30 amp breakers, that your cost is going to be like that of running a small city. So you eventually have to get away from it. And that's initially when we bought the Sioux. And we bought the Sioux 25 after seeing what Eric had done, but at New Hampshire Mushroom Company. But Yeah, before that, it was just like, look, we have the power of steam in this little electrical fucking like 10 by 24 by 13-inch box. Fucking sweet. It's got this like Egyptian mermaid fucking design on the side of it. And god damn it, did we almost burn our place down like multiple times. But you'd have to run those things to sterilize 500 blocks at a time when we built our first steam box or atmospheric box for 14 to 16 hours just to get it up to 200 or above 200. And we try to hold it for, a little while. But these things would just like they'd fuck a breaker in the middle of the night. So you'd try to get some sleep. You'd come back in, it'd be 4:30 in the morning and you're like, oh, they're off. So then you start your day all over again at 4:30 a.m.
Were you a chamber boy or were you a tart boy?
Oh, chamber all the way, man. I figured out how to weld instantaneously. I come from like a weird background of building and assembling things. And I never did the fucking like blankets. You remember, I don't know if you were around on early CMGN, there was this woman growing like patty straws. And she was the first person that really was like pasteurizing substrate under these like blankets in crates. Do you remember this?
No, I missed that one. What she was doing patty straws.
Yeah. And
That's
she
cute.
but she was like not only cute, she was doing it bigger than anybody I'd ever seen at the time. And I forget her name, but and her English was pretty good to like go back and forth. She brought a bunch of patty straw over. I think we like traded cultures. A bunch of people did. But she was doing like thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds of this shit every day and just basically like tarping the shit out of it, injecting steam, inoculating it in the raw open air, and then running it and fruiting it. So that was my first commercial exposure to like, oh shit, this can get as low tech as possible,
Yeah, that's I think that's like the division maker for a lot of people. Like people think that they have to have like a whole area, but by contrast, you see other people doing atmospheric steaming, like hyperpasteurization.
Yeah.
And like they're blanketing, they're tarping.
Yeah.
And like that's it.
At 190 degrees Fahrenheit, you kill everything practically except for like a few thermophilic bacterial endospores, And if you spawn heavily enough, you don't need to worry about much in terms of the effectivity of that pasteurization or ultra pasteurization. You're not keeping anything alive at that point. You're just killing 99% of what you don't want in there. And that 1% is really negligible as soon as you figure out how to take your pasteurized or ultra pasteurized material and bring it out immediately into an overpressurized, hyper sterile, laminar flowed environment for a cool down. Cool it down under that laminar flow, inoculate it under that laminar flow, seal it, shake it, bag it, and go. And you're fucking golden. Most people who bought a retort didn't know that,
Here's a fun question. And when people are pulling off their, this is, I guess, a question for you, but like when people are yanking off of their steam or their retort or whatever, what do you think is an appropriate cool down temperature target?
Depends on your speed and how much condensation you want to deal with. So if you guys are going towards this thing where you want to do bulk ultra pasteurization, which is, half of the EU functions like this, doing millions of metric pounds of substrate every year. There's not a lot of retort action when it comes to gourmet substrate, sawdust-based substrate in the EU, CNC included. There's a lot of people in Belgium and such that are affiliates of mycelia who do this. So it's not very like uncommon or unheard of over there. But the real interesting factor becomes the speed at which you cool things down, the temperature, and the substrate and its moisture content. So if you fold bags over in a retort, usually there's a drying component to which I can go in for like the Primus unit that we have for spawn. But if you have too much hydration, you end up with this like evaporative quality. The steam is replacing the air inside of the vessel for this ultra pasteurization. So say it's sitting in there for 8 hours max and you've reached your plateau and you hold it for 2 hours. You pull it out fast into an ultra cool environment, like walk-in cooler temps, and you'll have so much condensation that the bags won't seal because all that condensation has to wick right out the top of the block, out the bag. So what we've found is idealistically, you pull the racks in the evening or the afternoon and you knock them up the next morning or afternoon. And by that point, if you're pulling in approximately 66 degree Fahrenheit air, you only need like 10 to 12 hours of cooling to get them below 100 Fahrenheit, to which it's an appropriate, temperature to inoculate. Hope that answers that.
So pretty much like take it out of ultra pasteurizing and then put it into room temp.
Yeah, with proper laminar flow. One of the biggest missteps. Yeah, like especially when you're talking about master's mix and all these high nitrogen blends is like you have to pull out that substrate into like red cherry hot, just kicked off the boiler, which is why I always suggest rolling racks over like these pig trough cat killers, is because you can't move those things. So that's your sterility factor. That's usually when you end up with contamination, lower yields because of bacteria growth, all of these issues.
When those bags are pulling it in.
Yeah, exactly. That's immediately when they suck it in, And granted, anything that hits a 210 degree bag is going to die. So if you have a point at which you have to bridge like a semi-clean area that's between your steam box and your lab or your cool down lab, it's got this like fast moving, overpressurized, sterile, cool air, you're okay. You just have to do it efficiently. And like you said, noting like fermentation, you can't let these blocks sit before or after too long that they go into the steam box or out.
Yeah, fermentation is by far the in my experience the silent enemy.
Yeah.
You don't think about it. So many people do not. Even experienced growers can overlook it, and it is such a butt fucker.
Yeah.
It'll get you. It'll get you.
If you ain't speedy enough, you're gonna end up with it.
Yeah, exactly. And that goes on to like, I don't know, like I appreciate the synergy of having multiple people available to do things, and like the more people you can have on hand to expedite a process to get from section A to B to C.
Yeah.
Like the less, it's less haphazardous.
Yeah.
Like in that, I think a big thing that a lot of mushroom farmers that are like coming up, they may have like, I don't know, they might have the capacity and the ability to make a ton of blocks, and then their bottleneck is their sterilizing platform. You might be able to spend 6 hours making a ton of blocks,
right?
But you will not be able to sterilize those over the course of 16 hours or 12 hours or 24 hours.
Yeah.
Like what you've done is basically shot yourself in the foot for that last leg, whatever that last leg is. Especially because if you're stacking these blocks on top of each other, which a lot of people do, you're going to start using your fresh ones first, and the oldest made ones, the ones that are the most oldest in respect to contact with water.
Yep.
They're going to sit there the longest, and those are going to be the last to go through the process, and you're going to start having some real big issues.
Yeah.
And it comes in many forms. One is you have the telltale of the stank.
You can smell it outside the bag.
Yeah, you can, yeah, absolutely. You can smell it outside the bag because there's a metabolic process happening.
Yeah.
And it exposes, you have a yeast.
Yep.
In play at that point that's been either omnipresent in the air, most typically, or within whatever you did not take care of in your sterilizing process, and that'll stank it up, and that's a telltale. I mean, just don't even waste your time. Don't waste your spawn. Move it off to the side.
Yeah, that's like the difference, right? That's why we've pushed towards, I mean, I would never, I was just talking to Neil Brent about this today. Somebody he works with, or, you know, has consulted with or conversated with is like atmospheric, steaming grain for like spawn expansion. And I was like, Jesus Christ, I wouldn't even go down that avenue.
Dude, big yikes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. It's just like, I mean, like as someone who is not like full into atmospheric doing anything for our production blocks, and we're retorting everything basically through our autoclave. I would say no.
Yeah. No, you can't kill off something that nutrient dense.
No, I would wait a little bit on that one.
Also, the interesting part of why, and this segues back to the vacuum cycle in general, is
yeah, I want to know more.
Yeah, so there's this odd thing that happens with this fermentation, right? And it's you're turning sugars into alcohol, right? Mushroom mycelium is really used to eating one fucking thing, and it's used to eating it pretty close to its original form. It can't just get boozy and fucking colonize funky and then grow funkier mushrooms. That's our job. Yeah, it's our fucking job. Right. You got to booze it up after the fact. So these like sugars that form, and alcohol sugars from that fermentation process, prove 2 points that you're trying to make with like the expedient factor of like scalability. You have to make enough blocks, just enough for your metrics to steam, just enough to inoculate in a timely manner. The same thing happens with grain spawn production. You need to kettle cook something, especially these like in dense, like, nuggets of fucking nutrient that is like a wheat berry, fast enough to be able to wick the excess moisture off, but also retain the like structural integrity that this grain is about to go through in a process of sterilization. Once you do that, you immediately put it into something that sterilizes to such efficiency with these vacuum cycles that are essentially using a vacuum pump to whip temperature up, whip it down into degrees of mercury, whip it up to like 15, 16, 17 PSI, bring it way back down. So your vessel has to not only be steam jacketed, it also has to be able to hold a vacuum, a true pure vacuum, and even below what's sort of acceptable. So these pharmaceutical grade equipments are used to doing this sort of typical vacuum cycle because that's what incentivizes speed, So you end up in the sort of mushroom world adapting to that because you are doing these things in such an efficient and fast manner that you resist caramelization, Maillard reactions, any of these like normal cooking reactions that you and I know. You have to like resist being able to do that, as well as the fermentation, sugar, alcohol production, because you're trying to give the mushroom mycelium this pure substrate to jump off to, this clean, amazing, organic, cruelty-free, vegan, gluten-free happiness. Like you're trying to give it like the fucking ideal jerk-off diet, So that's the vacuum cycle, is this expedient way of replacing the air in the unsterile air within a vessel with steam immediately, fast, and efficiently without risking caramelization and Maillard reactions.
So I'm going to piggyback that. I'm going to ask you again another question, but like, let's talk about caramelization. Let's talk about scorching.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, one of the coolest things about that is like
that's like something that like okay, like even from like a home grower or like even from the smallest, like a 21 quart or a 40 quart pressure cooker,
Yeah.
like they're out here rocking 2.5 hour cooks.
Yeah.
And, like I look at that and like it hurts my head. It's like, why are we not cooking it 100 minutes?
Yeah.
Why are we not cooking it 90 minutes on these cooks?
Right. Yeah. Like this is also a very bizarrely quick digression, but who the fuck is running the unicorn Instagram page? Because that motherfucker has posted so many memes about 90 minutes at 15 psi with like dragons and Pokemon characters that it's killing me to know.
Dude, I am right there with you. I have no fucking clue. And from what I understand, our friends in Texas are pretty close to him.
Yeah.
And they should be the ones figuring it out.
They really should, dude.
Texas Fungus.
Yeah.
Corey Nielsen. Why don't you figure out what's going on?
Dude, I'm baffled. I mean, some of them I've woken up excited that like they have a new post, because I'm just like, who the fuck is doing this? It makes me laugh, but even like newer mushroom farms get into it and they're like, I don't get it. And I'm like, you wouldn't. It doesn't matter to you. But it's fucking funny to me, man.
It's funny to me. I think maybe they're just trying to keep the greenhouse gases down.
Perhaps, man. Perhaps. Yeah, so this goes back to Will, interestingly enough. You know how he got the boot from CMGN for God knows what? I don't even care. It's one of those stupid things.
Doesn't matter. Big Willie style is infinite.
Yeah, he is,
good
man.
Guy. I talked to him yesterday for like maybe 40 minutes or so.
Yeah.
He was super double concerned about like the boiler that we were buying.
Yeah.
And once I told him it was ASME, like he really relaxed up, and that was super cool. He just wanted us to be safe.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. He's when it comes to I know this goes apart from what we're about to talk about, but like I just have to speak to him. He as someone who knows a thing or two about a thing or two, that man is a beacon of light when it comes to automation and mushroom farms.
Yeah.
Like small to medium to large. He is a beacon of light, and he knows a lot, and he has the ability to program a lot. And I think that people should utilize him as a resource to make their endeavors go full circle. He can make sensors and programs dance.
Yeah.
And he's definitely a resource. He's definitely a resource.
I forget what
Will Lockmiller.
Yeah.
Will Lockmiller of Snow Valley Mushrooms is a goddamn champ.
Yeah, he's been in it a long while, man. Him and Alex Winstead from Cascadia, sort of like, they started at similar times, I think, and if I'm not mistaken, and they both sort of jumped on the John Donahue Northwest Mycological bandwagon in terms of spawn, in terms of strains, bags, equipment, everything. It was really interesting to like, I think I brought this up to Alex when he came out for Tyler's wedding, because Tyler used to work for Cascadia Mushroom Company and was moving back here. And Alex called and was like, dude, you better scoop him up. He's worth it. And I'm glad I did. He's, such a fucking important person to Cap and Stem in general in the spawn production world. But yeah, I remember reaching out to Alex before I think Alex and Will started communicating a few years back, and they kind of knew of one another, but there was this like complicated notion of competition and just, I don't know, egos get involved. It gets weird, as we all know, with the CMGN or mushroom grower stuff. But yeah, Will has this interesting thing when it comes to substrates, right? Like he is in agreement with the old school method of sort of like slow fermentation. There's not like enough sugars within just raw alder sawdust, which is his substrate of choice, to be able to ferment like a fucking soybean hull and create a mess of goddamn trichoderma and neurospora. But there's this interesting thing that happens when you leave it out in the elements and you turn it and you compost it, quote unquote. You some people fall into this like mythical undertone to which Will has, that's somehow better than like a kiln dried sawdust pellet or something. And accessibility wise, it makes it really difficult to find. Two differences right here, and this is like the pivotal moment, is that sawdust that he uses, he loves to get to that like crispy, burnt, browny fucking color before it ever enters his mixing system. Whereas on the other side of the spectrum, if you use fresh sawdust or you use pellets or you use whatever the fuck you want, and you put it through a long steam, like 16, 17, 18 hours, because your boiler is undersized for your mechanism that you're trying to like build up steam temperatures in, you get the same effect. You get this scorching that happens and this caramelization that happens, and your substrate is as black as what Will's substrate is initially. And it's two different things, which I think is the crux of the conversation that is like not been had yet. And that scorching is integral to trying to figure out the difference between a color and a production of things like fermentation versus sugars versus burns versus, nons. And I've seen the full spectrum of that, having gone through like these 18-hour steams, 20-hour steams, 10-hour steams, 6-hour steams, and then, an hour and a half run on a giant retort. And it's integral that you just keep the focus on steam as opposed to the substrate. Steam really needs to be utilized in an efficient manner. And if you leave it in there too long, despite if your bag's a fucking XLA bag or XLS bag, or if it's a, a smaller 5-pound bag, you're going to end up with something where species will have a hard time colonizing it because you basically like beat the shit out of it in a caramelization manner, and that caramelization is, like I said, just a cooking reaction, but it is integral to the design of mycelium to be able to digest something for fruit body formation, not for just like recycling. It'll do that anyways, but you're trying to prep the substrate.
So you're saying that the color that Will might be having off of his, like, say, settling of the substrate.
Yeah, his aged, composted, whatever you want to call it, substrate.
Pales in comparison to results of just proper steaming.
Yeah, no, it doesn't pale. It's identical. The miscalculation is the overcooking. And I don't remember, looking back at the conversation that got heated over CMGN. This is hilarious that this is going down this avenue, but I don't remember if that factoid was brought up that like somebody must have said, if I just cook my fucking bags for longer, then I'll end up with the same sort of like, composted substrate. It's the same color. It's this deep, rich tone. That might work for some people, but all I know is our yields went in the fucking gutter when we tried to do that on our own, because we didn't have the availability of space and bulldozers or tractors at the time to be able to compost substrate. But I know Will's a huge proponent of that.
Tractors are high value.
Yeah, they are, man.
Tractors are high value. I mean, like he has silos at his establishment, so like I mean he's moving things where they need to go, and like he has equipment, so like he can turn things.
Right, which I think both him and Alex do, and some people have seen the evolution of this like aged substrate become integral to their infrastructure and process, whereas like we just didn't, because we never used it.
My infrastructure does not allow me to age anything. I just don't have that.
No.
There's no place for me to put it.
Yeah.
So it's about structure of like what are we putting in, and then obviously like what is the amount of water absorption into that, and then just what can we kill through the autoclave, and that's about that.
Yeah.
We haven't really broken in to the next part of like siloing raw materials or having things mass dumped. That'll probably be like the next like 2-3 years sort of thing.
Yeah.
And like Walter does like these incredible posts where like he's got like half of a driveway like completely filled up and like banked in. He's like, oh yeah, this is my hardwood. It's gonna chill for a second.
Yeah.
It's like, well, fuck, man. Like we're not even talking the same sort of language here. But at the same time we are, it's just like, like it's broken up.
Yeah.
It's not broken down, it's broken up. Like when you start to work with like that large of a substrate, you start talking larger pieces of implements like tractors and things that can turn things over, and all of a sudden all the hard becomes easy. There's a magical switch that gets flipped.
Yeah.
I think when you inject about $50,000.
Well, it's an interesting concept to consider, and I'm going to bring it back to what you had said earlier in regards to pelletization costs and cost being the thing. Before we decided to fully immerse our substrate production into these combo pellets, after much convincing from Brad and conversations and trials, we were doing that thing. We literally would get in every week 30,000 tons of red oak sawdust. We would sift all of it. We would orchestrate all of it into barrels. We would add the appropriate ingredients into the mixers. We would hydrate it. We would bag it via the pneumatic baggers or double baggers, the things that we had built, similar to Alex and Will's. And we'd crank it out. What I didn't realize at the time was how much labor that intensifies at that rate of doing 6,000-7,000 blocks per week. It's a fucking enormous amount, Labor will fucking destroy you. Yeah. So when you take that labor and you divide it up and you say, okay, the cost of the substrate really is irrelevant, just like the cost of the spawn. Because if you can maximize your water content and you can like dial these things in on a non-volatile substrate like a pellet that's pretty much stable, you end up with these differences in terms of production standards where you don't need 4 people running a mix to do the same level as the automated nature of running like an Odin bagger or a Thor or whatever. If you run automated versions of these things, you can do 2 times as much with half the amount of people. So
for sure,
that labor savings versus cost savings it has to be examined as a farm pushes forward into producing from hundreds of pounds per week to thousands to tens of thousands. You have to look at all those things. And until now, that really hasn't been examined. As far as I know, we're the biggest company producing substrate solely on pellets. I don't think anybody else does that, and I don't think it's original. No, it's just a first,
It's just, no, you guys are banging it out. Like, what do you have, a couple, like 6 or 7 yard mixers like rocking, or like what you got going on?
You would think so, right? And we had a bunch of mixers that were sort of operating like that. But now that we switched over to the pellets, all we do is have a super sack to which the pellets come in. the super sack gravity feeds into a conveyor. The conveyor feeds a very small hopper that feeds between 2 and 4 Odin machines, which are essentially augers and little weight scales. And the way that the Odin works, if you're unfamiliar with it or anybody else is
Odin.
Odin. It's an interesting thing, right? It's this computer that revolutionized the movement of pellets in water. And this is still like in its beta version. So what you'll get from Brad Coons if you buy an Odin is not what we use per se to do this level of production, but we use multiples of these machines strung together from a very small movement point of taking pellets from how it arrives to us in a super sack into a conveyor, into a tiny hopper that's just basically automated so that the people putting bags onto these little scales basically incentivize small movements. And the automation comes in the pellets that fall into the bag via the automated auger. They get read on the scale via this little load cell. As soon as that load cell says, okay, we're about for a 10-pound block, we're at like 4.1, 4.2 pounds, stop. Okay, do a quick calculation. We were over, we were under, adjust for water, quickly solenoids kick on, sprays water over the pellets. Doesn't dump water, it sprays water over the pellets. That means that the water sinks from top to bottom and it quickly absorbs and fills the whole bag with your 10-pound block of substrate. Next bag, slightly off. It might not be exactly 10 pounds, it could be 9.8. But every single fucking time, the important factor is the moisture content is the same, block to block. Yeah. That's integral.
If anyone here listening doesn't know who Bradford Coons is,
he's the master.
Get to know him. Get to know Bradford Coons.
Man, and he'll answer his phone. Like, I hide from my phone, right? And Brad's just like, hello, this is Brad. I'm like, dude, you know it's me. He's like, no, I don't. I just answer my phone right? Every time.
Like he's in Canada, right?
Yeah. He comes back and forth. He's a dual citizen. He's actually from Maine. He's from Canada. Nah, his wife's from Canada. Yeah. Lucky bastard. He gets to come and go.
Is Canada enough at this point to be polite?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he can look back and be like, Jesus, why would you raise kids in America?
Seriously.
Yeah.
I gotta ask, what's your favorite mushroom dish?
Oh man. I love this is gonna sound white trash as a motherfucker, but all I do is take ramen and I chop it up and I'll toast it in a pan with like sesame oil or sesame seeds and then add some water to it and let it cook just for a hot second. And then I'll basically just take maitake and fresh vegetable and some sort of fat, cook it up real quick and throw it over fucking ramen, and that's dinner. It's my favorite dish.
What's your favorite dish?
Simple as can be, dude.
That.
Yeah, man.
I'll take that. I'll dig it.
I like this question and answer scenario. It's pretty funny, man. I've done a few of these now, and it's been like just this like history chase, which has been really fun. But it's sort of this interesting thing when you're at this level of being worried about letting some of your secrets go or your history, or you've been through so much that you can't really remember everything on the spot.
I mean, like what it comes down to for me is like, does it really matter?
No.
Like I'm here, you're here, we're here, we're doing what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
At this point, like when it comes to growing mushrooms and like the mushroom industry, like it's kind of cool because we have like busted our asses for years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
And like your Maine Cap N Stem is an amazing company.
Thanks, man. We try.
And you guys do a fantastic job with your spawn. Tyler, what's up? You guys do a great job over there. And like you guys are fulfilling so many farm orders that like honestly, like any time that like I've ever had to deal with anyone who wants any mushroom spawn. For me, it's not because of the quality of like Maine Cap, which they're already getting from. It's because of like shipping, and I'm just happen to be down the street.
Oh, dude,
So
shipping is like the biggest bitch.
it's like
It's the worst.
it is nothing against the company,
No.
but like, you know, I'll pick up people because they're like, well, the shipping is crazy. I'm like, well, yeah, of course. Like, you're shipping like tons of pounds of people from one side of the country to the central side of the country. Like,
right.
So we can pick that up. And
I'm stoked that you are, man. It's funny that I often forget that you guys are fulfilling some level of block orders for people, and no matter if that grows or stays the same or continues to sort of be at the rate at which you're expanding your fresh mushrooms, I think it's good. I've always been like a proponent of multiple people doing the block thing, because the sort of spoke and wheel concept of there being central substrate and spawn hubs for mushroom farms that's how fucking Europe works. That's how China works in a little bit of a different way. That's how many different, parts of the world function in terms of food distribution, production, and movement. And we have the ability to do that in this industry, especially here in the States. We just have to focus on it and really like back one another's progression and innovation up. And that's why I work with so many different people in this world of mushroom farming, because I want to see where everybody's going, and I want a piece of that, and I also want to share it.
100%. No, like, I'm right there riding with you.
Yeah.
If I could put one blast out there,
do it.
Like, we need to get some fresh mushroom spawn and cultures out Kasika. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, do I?
Kasika Samson.
Oh, man.
CMG and Samson.
Oh, I'm sorry. You kept breaking up. I was like, who the fuck are you saying? What are you saying?
Kasika Samson.
Yeah.
So he's out there, and so he's running it sounds like a non-prof initiative over there, and he's trying to get some stuff over there, and it's just very, very difficult because he was pulling basically substrate from a local university.
Whoa!
And he was using that to expand his cultures and grow food for the local economy over there. And it's just all out of whack. And he's been hitting me up, and I just don't have the resources, honestly, to make sure that that spawn is getting over to Africa cold.
Yeah.
So I hope that you can work with me and him, and that we could try and make that happen.
That's kind of cool, man.
Yeah, he's been doing some cool shit. He's in CMGN.
Yeah.
And to try and make this happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you out on it. Yeah.
Fucking love it, dude.
Here's another question. What's your favorite number?
Oh, dude, it's always been 18. I don't know why. I never bought cigarettes when I was 18. I don't know. The ones that I always use for codes, if you want to break into my farm, are 357 or 666 because it's predictable, right? But 18.
Okay. So you're a mushroom guy, but what's up with the motorcycles?
Oh, dude, well, that was a thing I've been into for a long while, and right before Frankie got sick, right? She decided to basically. She was, done with the farm. The farm was growing too much. She did her part. And she wanted to become a motorcycle mechanic. And this has been it had been an evolutionary thing for her. She bought a bike off Craigslist, and I had been out of it for a long time. And she jumped back into it and or jumped into it for the first time and said, take a drive with me. We got to pick up a trailer. Okay, where are we going? You'll see. We get there and this dude sells her a fucking Virago, and she didn't even know how to drive it. So I jumped on it and I like ripped it around, and I forget what he wanted for it, but she's like a natural dicker, right? So she fucking talked him down to like $250 for a 250. It was running bike, right? She's like she was a mean little fucking 5 foot tall spirited asshole, but punk to the core. And she got this bike back and she just would like go out and sit on it. And it would be in our driveway, and I was so fucking busy trying to build a mushroom farm, I kind of forget how long this was happening. And finally she gets the nerve up and the cash, and you know how poor you are when you're trying to start a company. We were fucking broke, dude. And we were like cuddling with our dog for warmth just to make it through cold Maine winters. And and she finally, spring comes, and she fucking goes out, gets her motorcycle license. And only video she sent me from like up north, where the only place was to go to get your motorcycle license, was this video at a bar with this chick and a taser. And it was like a 2-second like Snapchatty fucking film. And I was like, dear God. I go to bed, I wake up, she comes back, she's got her motorcycle license. She jumps on this thing, she takes off down the road, it breaks. It busts, you know. She calls me, she goes, she's bitching and moaning. I come and I adjust the carb and turn the gas on. The gas was off. And I say, go for it. So I didn't really follow her. I kind of followed her though. And I followed her to the farm, which is like 10 minutes away. And she landed. She's like, just take a picture of me. She was like, thought she was fucking so cool. And I give her shit, but immediately after that, she takes her bike out to a place called Phoenix Cycle Works in Westbrook. She says, do you guys want to take an apprentice? And they were like, what the fuck? No. She came back again. You guys want an apprentice? And she was like, they're like, I guess, I don't know. What do you want to learn? You know, she was like, just how to like work on my bike and help you guys out or whatever. So leads on the way. She gets suggested that if she's serious about this, to which she really was, she should go out to MMI, which is Motorcycle Mechanic Institute. She gets out to Arizona, and this whole fucking thing is like underway. I'm still building Cap and Stem. She's stoked. She's living on the other side of the country. And we in the midst of all this, we're just accumulating bikes and parts and machinery, and we owned a letterpress shop before it, so we're really used to moving heavy shit around. And you know, once you buy one of something, it's like a shipping container. You get 6, you know. So she,
that's how it goes.
Yeah, it's how it is, man. But yeah, so she gets out there. She's out there for 4 months. She gets diagnosed with brain cancer. And throughout the 2 years that she was like sick and battling this thing, you know, we just kept acquiring more bikes. We kept going for rides. She kept building bikes. She was really good, you know, at like the mechanic thing. I was just good at the fabrication thing. And truthfully, you need some other thing when you're starting a business, something to focus on that doesn't generate income. You just need that. And that was motorcycles for us. You know, we just fucking take off. It's like the ultimate freedom. And it just keeps going because of her, man. It's crazy. There's like, I'm still waiting for somebody to come along to sort of take this shop on as something other than just what it is, which is, you know, me and my homie Cisco just like building choppers and riding them around and getting weird. But yeah, it's the other side of the adventure. You know, you got to be able to let loose and get the fuck gone, especially if you can go down the road 95 miles an hour on something that was never made to go that fast, that you've assembled single pieces from and fabricated little brake levers and shit. It keeps you alive. So, you know, and it keeps her alive in this whole scenario, which is fucking rad. So that's the motorcycle thing.
Fuck yeah.
You guys ride bikes or do anything bizarre like that out there?
I got a 69 CB350 in pieces in my garage.
Get that basket case together, man.
Man, it's just, I got this mushroom farm.
Oh, right.
That I'm, yeah, so first things first, but like after that second. So,
fuck yeah.
Yeah, no, I bought I was at a party once and I bought a EX 500 Kawasaki.
Yeah.
When I was drunk, when I was like 19 years old. I just bought it, and then I never got any sort of endorsement for it. And I rode it for like a year straight.
Yeah.
Outran a bunch of cops from it, and then eventually I parked it. And I'd love to get back on more of a recreational sense.
Yeah.
For now, it's just me and a big truck, and
There you go.
I just do the big truck. I do the big truck thing.
Yeah, there's a huge relief when you put a motorcycle down, right? Because you're escaping death constantly. This is the one thing like Frank's her like therapist would bring up to her. She'd be like, how do you feel about dying and death? You're fucking terminal, this, that, and the other. She's like, I think about dying every fucking day. Every time I get on my motorcycle, I think about dying. And there's this thing that happens specifically in New England when it's too cold to ride anymore and there's too much snow on the ground. And you have this like huge sense of relief that your responsibility to fucking pound pavement has been put on hold and you can live through the winter. But you're still stoked for new fucking paved roads, I
thought the big aha moment was for me when a kid from where I grew up, like he rented like a Hayabusa.
Yeah.
And then he ended up losing his life on like Devil's Backbone.
Yeah, which is a bitchin' way to go out, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Fuck.
Still sucks 6 ways to Sunday.
Yeah.
But then the last time was I was with my girlfriend, and we were moving. Or we weren't moving, but we were going down to Hocking Hills in Ohio.
Yeah.
Which is a beautiful like step into like southern Ohio into like northern Kentucky. It's just beautiful over there, and we made the long story short, we should have just gone to the place, but we were at a place, and I said let's go and rent out a plane and then go fly around and then just go check out the mountains.
Yeah.
So we went ahead and we went to go do that, and then on the way to the pilot over there, like one of the last things I said on a turn was like, wow, this would be such a great place to motorcycle. We were going down a tilt, and there was someone on a motorcycle that made a terrible decision to walk out right in front of us.
Oh.
Yes, and we whacked him in a Buick.
Oh.
And
fuck.
Yeah, so he was unfortunately lifted by air support to Ohio State, and I mean, I was every bit of cartwheels out there in the field. Like I'm done. I'm selling my motorcycle.
Yeah.
And I did. When I got back home, like it was terrible. It was terrible what happened that day.
Yeah.
It was what was really unfortunate is I spoke to his brother, and he was the guy on the motorcycle next to him, and they had been on those places for years.
Yeah.
They had gone through those cycles for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and he just never looked left.
Yep.
And so it was super sad, and that put a distaste in my mouth for as a form of commute. But yeah. I still have that 69 GB350 in the garage, and like it's probably something that I'll build. Just because motorcycles are cool as hell.
They are, man.
There's nothing like riding a motorcycle. It's just you have to be so aware.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, yeah, you're just lucky, you know. The thing about it is if you're in that motorcycle world for long enough, without a doubt, every year you just wait for more people to die. And at least they have recognized that that is a possibility, at least most of them. But fuck, man, if I didn't really think too much about it when social media became very apparent, but like, Frank got very well known within this, like, especially the female motorcycle culture and world. And fuck, dude, like every year it was like more and more people would die. She, with a head full of brain cancer, knowing she very well could not ride a motorcycle, went out to Babe's Ride Out and just rode on the back of a bunch of friends' bikes out in Joshua Tree while we were in Arizona. And she was seeing triple, but she knew she couldn't ride, and she was just riding with her friends. And sure as shit, so many people ride out for that fucking stuff that I think 3 people died that year, if I'm not mistaken, just on their way into the camp, just by like going head on into trucks and fucking off careens, and just, it's just nuts, man. That world is volatile, scary, and exploding, but you can't battle your way out of it, which is why I think I put so much onus on like my faith in winter coming every year. Cause I'm like, holy shit, I fucking made it again.
Yeah, you definitely have.
Yeah. You're like, cause next year might not be lucky, but for something keeps you going. I don't know what it is, it's fucking weird.
I got a fucking motorcycle over there in the garage, but like, I mean, like if I pull it up into duty, like it's only going to be recreational at this point, I think. Like
just rip around your property.
As someone who has done plenty of like years. I did like a full year of like I didn't have a car, I only had a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. It can just, I don't know. Cray. It's just different.
It is, man.
Different.
That's fucking different. Wild. That's a wild story, though, dude. I don't know that I would be able to ride again after that. So I thanks for sharing it.
Told myself I wouldn't, but like that 69 CB350, man.
They just call your name, dude.
man. So it's gonna get put together, like that's for sure. I'll be for sure taking it down the street.
Yep.
Honestly, I wouldn't even mind riding it over to Maine.
You should.
It just is what it is. Like it is what it is, and how you feel about when you feel.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. That's true, man. It hasn't been written yet, as you said in the beginning, in the middle.
The future is unwritten.
You never know. Yeah. Well, fuck, Brian. Thanks for doing this, dude. This has been a blast, and I think we should set up another time to chat and fucking deep dive on some fun stuff. I appreciate you bouncing back questions and just keeping it going. And what you guys are doing is really cool. And that goes without saying that I think a lot of people who are in this have the same level of push and mentality, but a lot of people lack the longevity of that like positive push into the unknown. And you guys seem to you have it. So keep it up.
I appreciate everything that you're doing over there at Maine Cap and Stem. And,
thanks, man.
It's just like, there aren't a whole lot of businesses that are, free dicking it into the new year. And,
it's true.
Like, honestly, like, you guys are doing a great job. You guys,
thanks, man.
You guys have been doing a great job the last, like, handful of years. Definitely. Even before your crazy, fucking system.
Vacuum sterilizer?
The vacuum sterilization. Yeah. Like,
everybody will have it next year. It's like, Amazon's new purchase now item.
No. I don't think they will, because I don't think that they won't be able to understand it. They won't be able to understand it how they need to.
It's true. It's a scary bomb is what it is. So we'll try and keep safe with it.
No, I appreciate you and Tyler and everyone over the Maine Cap N Stem team hanging out and talking with me and doing what they do. And onward and upward, baby.
Fuck yeah, dude. Well, take it easy. Enjoy your night. Get rowdy. I'll talk to you soon, man.
Until next time, I'll talk to you.
Later.
Bye-bye.
That was Brian McShane of Detroit Mushroom Company. Head on over to DetroitMushroom.com and check out what these wildcats are all about. From grow your own kits to the fresh, bountiful fruit bodies and real delectable life. These folks are in the know if you're in their area, so check them out. And I gotta say, I really admire Brian, man. He's got a heart of gold and a serious love for the folks in this decentralized commercial mushroom cultivation world. And I really had a blast catching up with him, and I'm stoked to do it again someday soon. Thanks so much for listening to the show this week. You can follow or subscribe to MycoWizards wherever you go for your podcasts. Write to us. P.O. Box 897 in Gardner, Maine. Address it to who the hell knows who. Maybe me, MycoWizards. Maybe the weirdos. Maybe Tyler or Kelsey needs some mail, some love mail. Maybe send me some hate mail. A fiery typewritten letter, expressing blood, guts, and glory and mycological madness. I don't know. I tell you what, the first person to send me a letter in the mail will get a free t-shirt and a note from me right back at you. Excluding you, Wouter Hasing, because I'll just mail you a shirt anyways. But I sure do love old school snail mail. And if you want to follow us, head on over to Instagram and find us at MycoWizards Podcast. This episode was produced and sponsored by Maine Cap N Stem Mushroom Company with music composed by Damon Hicks. Head on over to capandstem.com for certified organic substrate and spawn for all your mycological needs. And until next time, later.